Chapter 401. Lu Yin tried flicking out with his finger. With his physical strength, even an ordinary explorer would not dare to underestimate this attack. However, the wind directly hit the second War King. The second War King casually patted the spot that had been hit and waved at Lu Yin again. Lu Yin took a deep breath. He was now certain that this person was truly strong. Lu Yin rarely met someone who could ignore his attack. Only the experts on the top 100 rankings could do so, but he did not know what this person's ranking was. Lu Yin did not hesitate. 5-lined battle force appeared on the surface of his body and illuminated the sky. His domain was fully released, and star energy filled his eyes as he saw faint lines in the void. These were runes. When those lines appeared in his eyes, Lu Yin's pupils shrank and he stared at the second War King in shock. At this moment, the number of rune lines that the second War King represented was unimaginable, and it even repelled the void. Lu Yin's star energy could not sense the second War King's strength, and perhaps his power level could not be measured either. However, the number of rune lines clearly indicated that this person was extraordinarily strong. The more rune lines one had, the more powerful one was. The number of rune lines that the second War King represented far exceeded Lu Yin's own. The second War King looked at Lu Yin with interest and waved at him again. Lu Yin knew that this battle boded ill for him. Changes in star energy and power level could deceive others, but rune lines could not. This person was much stronger than him, but so what if he was stronger? There was no way out of a ported battle. Lu Yin took a deep breath and his body instantly disappeared, reappearing in front of the second War King. He knew that this person would not dodge, so he decided to use his strongest attack. The second War King's eyes went wide, and there was an intense excitement in the depths of his eyes. What a fierce attack! Not bad at all. Bang! Shockwaves spread out in all directions, shattering the rocks and shattering the sky. 30 stacks 40-fold shockwave palm. This was Lu Yin's strongest attack, and he did not hold back as he struck the second War King's body. The second War King's body, which had been sitting cross-legged, was slammed into a boulder. His clothes were torn to shreds, revealing his sturdy muscles. Lu Yin's strongest attack had deeply imprinted itself into the second War King's body, leaving behind a deep imprint. 30 stacks crushed the void and completely exploded within the second War King's body. Lu Yin leapt up and retreated 100 meters. He gravely looked at the second War King, who had collapsed into a boulder. Although this attack had been powerful, it was definitely not enough to defeat this person, as the number of rune lines representing this person had not decreased by much. He guessed that the number of rune lines not only represented a person's strength, but also their life force. If the rune lines disappeared, that person would disappear. If it was as Lu Yin had guessed, then the second War King was barely injured. Within the boulder, the second War King opened his eyes and straightened his upper body. He lowered his head to look at the palm imprint that had been imprinted into his body before looking up at Lu Yin and slowly clapping. A cold glint flashed across Lu Yin's eyes. This person was clearly looking down on him. The second War King slowly stood up and patted the dust off his body. He looked at Lu Yin and then his lips suddenly curled up. He leaned back and took a deep breath as if he wanted to suck in all the air in the area. Lu Yin frowned and stared at the second War King. Was this a battle technique? As the air was sucked in, the second War King's body began to swell. The palm print disappeared and it was impossible to tell that he had been attacked. Lu Yin watched in astonishment as the space around him distorted, and an intense sense of danger welled up within him. Suddenly, the second War King faced Lu Yin and viciously opened his mouth to roar. Lu Yin felt the space in front of him shatter as everything turned white. The second War King seemed to have transformed into a demon as he shattered the void. Everything that Lu Yin saw and heard turned into nothingness, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already at the trial zone entrance. Defeated. Lu Yin looked at his own hands. He had been easily defeated. The second War King was too abnormally powerful. Not only had he been able to withstand Lu Yin's strongest attack, but he had also been able to instantly kill Lu Yin. Facing the second War King was like facing Wendy Yushan. Lu Yin had been unable to retaliate at all. This person was definitely in the top 20 of the top 100 rankings, and Lu Yin had a feeling that he was even stronger than Wendy Yushan. Lu Yin, 164 victories, 109 defeats. The trial master suddenly spoke up, his aged voice echoing out. Outside the teleportation stone, Michelle was shocked and looked at Lu Yin. You lost. Lu Yin had not expected Michelle to be here and he nodded. Yes, I lost. Michelle was in disbelief as there were very few people in the younger generation who could defeat Lu Yin. Did you run into an expert from the top 100 rankings? Lu Yin shrugged. I'm not sure but I think so. What's his name? Michelle asked. Lu Yin replied, this is a ported battle so there's only a nickname. There's no name. What's the nickname? Maybe I know who it is. Michelle was very curious as anyone who could defeat Lu Yin was definitely a top expert of the younger generation. Lu Yin replied, the Second War King. Michelle's eyes narrowed and she shook her head. No wonder you lost. You lost without any suspense. Do you know who it is? Lu Yin was curious. Michelle nodded and looked at Lu Yin. I sympathize with you because you ran into the fourth on the top 100 rankings, Avery. Lu Yin was shocked. He knew that the Second War King's ranking should be very high, but he had not expected it to be this high. What did it mean to be fourth on the top 100 rankings? He was definitely the next 10 arbiters, and as long as the 10 arbiters abdicated, they would still be part of the younger generation. Being fourth on the top 100 rankings meant that there were no more than 20 people in the entire universe who could defeat him, and that included the 10 arbiters. You ran into Avery so it's not strange that you lost. He should have allowed you to attack him, right? Did you hurt him? Michelle asked curiously. Lu Yin thought about it. Maybe not. Michelle was not surprised and she stepped into the teleportation stone's range. Lu Yin was still immersed in his shock. His luck was too bad, no it was too good. He had gotten a taste of the strength of the top 5 in the top 100 rankings. Avery? There would definitely be a battle in the future. After losing to Avery, Lu Yin's hopes of snatching another teleportation stone had been dashed. Of course he could continue to participate in ported battles, but the chances of encountering a freak like Avery were not high. He should be able to snatch a few more teleportation stones, but he did not have the energy to do so. He walked up to the trial master and said, Mentor, I managed to snatch a teleportation stone. The trial master grunted. Ask away. Lu Yin took out the half of the white fruit from his cosmic ring. I would like to ask about the use of this fruit. The trial master looked at the white fruit in Lu Yin's hand, and his gaze gradually deepened. After a while he said, it's filled with vitality. In ancient times when technology was not advanced, this fruit was a treasure used to treat serious injuries. But now technology has advanced and its ability to treat injuries and illnesses has greatly increased. A fruit of this level is not very valuable, and it can at most be used as a catalyst to create medicine. Lu Yin asked, Mentor, are you saying that this fruit is not very valuable? Is it because there's only half of it left? First, it's not old enough. Second, there's only half of it left, so it's not very valuable. Lu Yin asked again, if it's an old fruit that's filled with vitality, would it be very valuable? The trial master replied, it's impossible to estimate. There are some fruits that are filled with vitality that can bring someone back to life. Unfortunately, the age of those fruits is too high and they only exist in the hands of the superpowers. Ordinary people cannot see them. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he put the white fruit away. I understand. Thank you for your explanation. To others, half a fruit was indeed useless, but to Lu Yin it was extremely valuable. As long as he had money, he could turn this fruit into a spirit, and bringing the dead back to life would no longer be a dream. This thing was equivalent to another life. Using a strengthening fruit to exchange for this was worth it. Lu Yin felt that he should find more natural treasures, but he couldn't think of anything else. He didn't have any money and he didn't even have the resources to cultivate. He had to think of a way to earn money. The Great Yu Empire was currently expanding all over the Frostwave Weave, and while it had gathered many resources, it had also consumed a lot of them. It was barely able to fill the gap in funds from the war with the Ross Empire, so it was temporarily impossible for it to take money from the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin returned to the Trial Zone Mountain, intending to cross the Ocean of Death and see what was on the other side. The Tao of Purgatory's sky platform and the Tao of Heaven's Ocean of Death were not random phrases. Since he had returned to Astral 10, he naturally wanted to take a look. Otherwise, if he became an explorer one day, he wouldn't be able to enter the trial zones. Brother Lu, are you going to the Tao of Heaven? Coco asked as she walked over with Sora by her side. Lu Yin nodded. I want to take a look at the ocean of death. Coco was excited. That's great. Let's go together. Lu Yin was surprised. You want to go too? Coco nodded. The ocean of death isn't the sky platform, so we can form a team to go. Me and Sister Zora want to go as well. Lu Yin didn't refuse as he thought of the cosmic sea. Perhaps he could use the ocean of death to get used to it in advance. One person would never be able to accomplish anything. Since you're going to the ocean of death, why don't you count me in? Xiao Luo walked over with a smile. There were only the four of them at the Trial Zone Mountain, so Lu Yin nodded. All right, I'll see you on the shores of the ocean of death. All right, let's go together. Coco was very excited. Xiao Luo watched Lu Yin's back and smiled. He then sat down cross-legged and entered the Tao of Heaven. Ever since Lu Yin had ascended the sky platform, many people had guessed that he would go to the ocean of death. After all, with his strength, there was no telling when he would break through to the explorer realm. If he wanted to enter the ocean of death as an explorer, he would have to obtain the Academy's approval. The process was rather troublesome, so there was a high chance that he would attempt it right now. Many students had waited on the shores of the ocean of death for this speculation. Their efforts paid off, and they had finally waited for Lu Yin to arrive. The waters of the ocean of death were turbid, and anything that fell into it would sink. Even birds would find it difficult to cross. It was rumored that there was an island on the other side of the ocean of death where countless ancient powerhouses' skeletons were buried. There were even inheritances there, but no one could verify these rumors. Even one of the 10 arbiters had avoided talking about it after crossing the ocean of death. Kuang Wang's situation was tragic. Of the 9 trial zones, the ocean of death was the most useless. Even the sky platform could increase Dao Bo's chances of receiving an inheritance. Only the ocean of death was a place where Kuang Wang could do nothing but enjoy the scenery. Kuang Wang had always been filled with resentment towards the ocean of death. He had tried to cross it multiple times, but he had failed each time. This time he planned to follow Lu Yin. June 1st, Children's Day. Windborn hopes that all of his brothers will be as happy and pure as they were when they were children. I'll add a new chapter at 2 p.m. Thank you all for your support. Possible, please tip me. Chapter 402. When they saw Lu Yin appear, many students were eager to give it a try. Teams could be formed to cross the ocean of death, and many wanted to follow Lu Yin. Who knew, they might even be able to reach the legendary island. Lu Yin stood on the shore of the ocean of death and gazed into the distance. The water and the sky were one color, and it was a vast expanse of dark yellow. It was like the yellow springs that buried all living beings, and it was a chilling sight. Was there really an inheritance on the other side of the Dead Sea? Were the 10 arbiters who had ascended the sky platform and the 10 arbiters who had crossed the ocean of death the same person? Or had more than one of the 10 arbiters succeeded? Lu Yin was very curious about all of this. Long time no see, Brother Lu. Kuang Wang walked over from nearby, casually pushing back a few students who had tried to strike up a conversation with Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Kuang Wang and smiled. Long time no see. Senior, you're becoming more and more elegant. Kuang Wang laughed. These people all want to cross the ocean of death with you, but they aren't qualified. Lu Yin did not deny it. He was not a bad person, but he was not a good person either. If he brought along another person, then it would be even more dangerous. There was no need for him to try it out for no reason. Aside from Coco and the rest, the others would need to be strong enough to follow him. For example, Kuang Wang's appearance made it obvious that he wanted to cross the ocean of death as well. Brother Lu, let's not beat around the bush. I hope to cross the ocean of death with you. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them, Kuang Wang said heroically. Lu Yin was tempted and he looked at Kuang Wang. Kuang Wang should be very rich. After some thought, he said, I heard that Senior is from the Beast Tamers Flow Zone's Divine Great Hall. That's right, said Kuang Wang proudly. Lu Yin looked at Kuang Wang. Is the Divine Great Hall very rich? Kuang Wang was stunned and he stared blankly at Lu Yin. He had not expected Lu Yin to ask such a question. When he saw Lu Yin's curious gaze, Kuang Wang dryly replied, he should be very rich. I don't know. Oh, Lu Yin grunted as he tapped the air with his right hand. His 3 fingers rubbed against the air with each tap. His actions were exactly the same as old Kai's, filled with a noble, elegant and mysterious aura, the action of asking for money. Kwang Wang looked at Lu Yin and waited for him to continue. However, he discovered that Lu Yin was no longer speaking. Instead, he heard a strange tapping sound that caused the void to tremble. Kwang Wang lowered his head and saw Lu Yin's actions. His mouth stiffened. "Brother Lu, how much do you want?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. Sure enough, this action was both obvious and generous as well as noble and reserved. "Let's see how much you think it's worth." Kwang Wang nodded and stared blankly at Lu Yin. "All right, I'll send you the money when we get out." Lu Yin happily told Kwang Wang about his Mavis bank account, and that he had money again. Of course, it wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. At this moment, Kwang Wang's heart was filled with complex emotions. He had never thought that the most powerful person in the Astral Combat Academy would be such a person. Asking for money was too tacky. Shouldn't experts have the demeanor of an expert? When he saw Lu Yin's delighted expression, Kwang Wang turned his head away. This person's understanding of experts might be wrong. Soon Xiao Luo arrived, followed by Coco and Zola. "Senior, how did you guys cross the river in the past?" Kwang Wang replied, "The ocean of death has a strange ability to decompose star energy, and it's even more so for life forms. That's why you can only use star energy to form a boat. As for whether or not you can reach the end, that will depend on whether or not your star energy can withstand it. There's also the possibility of illusions." Illusions? Lu Yin and the others were astonished as none of them, including Xiao Luo, had crossed the ocean of death before. Kwang Wang solemnly explained, "The most troublesome are illusions. These illusions make you believe that they're real even though you know they're just illusions. More importantly, they can destroy a person's spiritual force." Lu Yin and Xiao Luo looked at each other. Spiritual force? That was not good. At their level, they had no way to effectively defend against spiritual force attacks. Lu Yin had memorized the Stonewall scriptures, which had given him an invisible defense against spiritual force attacks. Lu Xiaoqiu had learned the 13 swords to attack the spiritual force, and most of the Day-Night clan's battle techniques had spiritual force attacks attached to them. However, these were all passive. Actually, with their true abilities, they did not have the qualifications to come into contact with these kinds of battle techniques. Lu Yin did not know if his current defenses against spiritual force attacks could withstand illusions, but he hoped that the power of these illusions would not surpass that of the spear in the centipede's body. Lu Yin had a feeling that anything that was connected to spiritual force was not to be trifled with. At that moment, a figure flew over from nearby. It was Feng Shang. "You guys want to cross the ocean of death? How about I join you?" Feng Shang asked casually. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Kwang Wang. Coco and Zora were confused. What did he mean? Kwang Wang had the right to make the decision? Kwang Wang's mouth twitched as he knew what Lu Yin meant. He hurriedly pulled Feng Shang to the side and whispered to him. Feng Shang listened and then looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin acted very naturally. A gentleman loved money and he had earned it in a proper way. He had put in the effort and it was only right that he be rewarded. Otherwise, why would he bring these people along? He was not a nanny. Soon after, Kwang Wang and Feng Shang walked over. Feng Shang nodded at Lu Yin and sized him up in amazement. "Are we going now?" Lu Yin nodded. "Use star energy to form a boat. Let's go one by one. Zora will start first." Zora acknowledged, and her star energy surged to form a small boat that floated on the shore of the ocean of death. "Senior Kwang Wang, why aren't we flying over?" Coco asked. Kwang Wang replied, "Because the further in we fly, the greater the resistance. We can only cross." Coco grunted and looked at Zora with concern. "Sister Zora, can you handle it?" The others also looked at Zora. Everyone's strength was different and their star energy was different as well. The ocean of death naturally had different levels of star energy decomposition. Zora carefully sensed the star energy in her body, and her expression turned ugly. 3 days at most. "All right, we'll switch in 3 days, Lu Yin said. The group then boarded the small boat and headed towards the depths of the ocean of death. Many students watched from the shore, and quite a few decided to team up and follow behind Lu Yin's group. Wuda was one of them. After the Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest, his newspaper had become more and more popular. Although he was still often hunted down with the help of external funds, many of his students had joined him as well. There were now more than 10 people who had decided to team up and cross the ocean of death. Besides Wu Da's group, many others had joined forces as well. They probably felt that there was a high chance of reaching the end of the Ocean of Death by following Lu Yin's group. Everyone was silent as they sat on the small star energy boat. Star energy appeared on Lu Yin's fingertips, and when he touched the water he frowned. Something wasn't right. This wasn't just decomposition. This feeling was similar to the sky platform. It was rejection. Star energy gathered in his eyes, and when he opened them he saw that the entire Ocean of Death was filled with rune lines. The rune lines represented by Zora's star energy were just like the small boat in the middle of the ocean that could disintegrate at any moment. Furthermore, the deeper they went, the more rune lines there were. Lu Yin couldn't even measure how many there were, but it far exceeded Avery's. This was the true face of the Ocean of Death. He looked up again and saw that the entire trial zone was formed by an enormous amount of rune lines. It wasn't a natural environment, and the amount of rune lines represented was enough to make him faint. Everything formed by a natural environment had far fewer rune lines than the Ocean of Death. The monkey had said that rune technology had flourished for a period of time, and its combat methods had been very strange. It had directly erased an opponent's rune lines, which was a form of erasure. In that case, if Lu Yin wanted to erase the Ocean of Death, he could also erase the rune lines. However, Lu Yin didn't know how to erase another person's rune lines. He didn't understand such a power. He removed the star energy from his eyes and everything returned to normal. The small boat steadily headed towards the depths of the Ocean of Death. More than 10 small boats followed behind them. One day later, while the group was resting, Coco suddenly cried out, "Ah, if we die in the Ocean of Death, won't the Tao of Heaven appear in the Ocean of Death again?" Quang Wang was startled by Coco's words and he rolled his eyes. "No, the Ocean of Death is very special. If you die in the Ocean of Death and enter the Tao of Heaven again, you'll only appear on the coast." "Good." Coco patted her chest. Lu Yin looked at Zora and saw that her face was ugly and slightly pale. He filled his eyes with star energy again, and after observing for a while he determined that Zora's star energy would run out in at most half a day. A day and a half? That was less than half of what she had expected, which meant that the Ocean of Death's star energy rejection had doubled. Lu Yin looked back and saw that none of the small boats had fallen behind, and they were all following behind them. "Be careful." Feng Shang barked as he released his green domain. He raised a hand and slapped to the left. Everyone looked over and saw a war spirit wielding a spear that was thrusting towards the group. Feng Shang's palm collided with the war spirit's spear, causing the small boat to sway and the war spirit's spear to shatter. Feng Shang's eyes flashed and a stream of air revolved around his palm. Whirlwind slash. With a whoosh, the void split apart, and the war spirit was instantly obliterated by the whirlwind slash. Zora heaved a sigh of relief. Coco cried out, "There are war spirits here?" Quang Wang nodded and solemnly said, "That's right. There are war spirits in the Ocean of Death." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zora asked with an ugly expression. Quang Wang helplessly replied, "I forgot." Everyone was speechless. The appearance of a war spirit means that the person who formed it has crossed the Ocean of Death. Everyone be careful. If we're unlucky, we might run into one of the 10 arbiters, Feng Shang said as he licked his lips. Coco was afraid. "Senior, don't scare us." Feng Shang smiled bitterly. "I'm not scaring anyone. No one knows how a war spirit forms. Perhaps your war spirit will form in the next second as well. Do you remember the astral combat tournament? Brother Lu and Lu Xiaoqiu were having a good fight when their war spirits suddenly formed and ran away." Lu Yin recalled that during the astral combat tournament he and Lu Xiaoqiu had both formed war spirits during their battle. I heard that quite a few students died at the hands of the 13 swords. That was Lu Xiaoqiu's war spirit. I wonder who was unlucky enough to run into Brother Lu's war spirit. Quang Wang gloated. Feng Shang glanced at him. "No matter who it is, it won't end well for them, including you." Quang Wang pursed his lips as Feng Shang was right. With Lu Yin's power level during the astral combat tournament, his war spirit could easily crush them all. If we can really run into one of the 10 arbiters' war spirits, then this trip won't have been in vain, Xia Luo said with some interest. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he looked at the Ocean of Death. He hoped to run into one of the 10 arbiters' war spirits and experience their strength when they were still limiters. He did not believe that the difference between them was that great. Third update, brothers, happy holidays. Dream of your childhood, and I hope that everyone will always maintain that most sincere happiness and innocence. Chapter 403. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out. Everyone turned around to look. A small boat had been smashed into pieces. Several students on the boat had been killed by a fighting soul. They had no power to fight back. Kuang Wang's expression changed. A realm master's battle prowess. This war spirit's original form is a realm master from the academy. Lu Yin raised his hand and aimed his palm at the war spirit. Space render palm. The air pressure formed by the space-splitting palm crossed the surface of the Dead Sea and fiercely attacked the fighting soul. The fighting soul turned around and stretched out both of its palms, colliding with the air pressure formed by the space-splitting palm. However, in an instant its body collapsed and disappeared into the Dead Sea. Lu Yin's space render palm had easily killed a realm master, which shocked Feng Shang and Kuang Wang. How had this guy become so strong? Lu Yin retracted his hand. It was not that he wanted to help anyone, but since this war spirit had appeared, if he did not destroy it, it would continue to attack until everyone was destroyed. In the end he would still have to take action, so he might as well deal with it now. Thank you for your help, Chief Disciple Lu. Thank you. In the distance many students were grateful. Feng Shang looked at Lu Yin in amazement. Brother Lu, your strength has long since surpassed the limits of the Astral Combat Academy's students. 30 stacks is rumored to have tied the record of the 10 arbiters. You really are strong. Pervert, Kuang Wang muttered. Lu Yin smiled and shook his head. The records of the 10 arbiters only exist in legends and no one knows exactly what they are. Brother Feng, there's no need to place too much importance on them. Feng Shang sighed and looked towards the depths of the ocean of death. The 10 arbiters are the benchmark of the younger generation and they are the benchmark of this universe. Everyone's goal is to surpass the 10 arbiters, but not a single person has managed to do so. 30 stacks is the record that the 10 arbiters left behind. At this point Feng Shang looked at Lu Yin seriously. If Brother Lu can surpass that, then it will definitely be recorded in the annals of history. That's not a good thing. Feng Shang looked at him seriously but he didn't say anything. To the side Xiao Luo glanced at Lu Yin. He didn't say anything either, but there was an inexplicable smile on his face. Another half a day passed and Zora's face was pale. It was obvious that she could not hold on any longer. Coco, take her place, Lu Yin said. Oh, Coco replied, and she hurriedly used her star energy to form a boat. Zola said apologetically, I'm sorry. I didn't think that I wouldn't even last 2 days. Lu Yin shook his head. The deeper you go, the greater the ocean of death's ability to decompose star energy. You don't have to blame yourself. Anyone else would have done the same. Feng Shang nodded. That's right. Quite a few people have changed boats behind you. You're not bad. It's considered average, Kuang Wang said lazily. Coco frowned and glared at Kuang Wang. Sister Zora isn't average. She's definitely one of the top students in the Astral Combat Academy. Kuang Wang sneered. He wasn't making fun of Zola. This was his attitude. However, this attitude made Coco very unhappy. The little girl rarely got angry, but as long as it involved Zola, she would get serious. Now in her eyes, Kuang Wang was looking down on Zola. This made her very unhappy, so she took out the syringe and stared straight at Kuang Wang. Both Kuang Wang and Feng Shang were stunned. What is this? Coco glared at Kuang Wang. I want to give you an injection. Are you kidding? I'm not sick. Kuang Wang shrieked. Even someone like him panicked when faced with such a long syringe. Even though he was far inferior to Kuang Wang, he still felt an indescribable chill. Coco snorted. Your breath stinks. Kuang Wang was speechless. Zora smiled bitterly. Alright, Kiki, I don't have any other intentions. Take back your innate gift. Coco pouted and glared at Kuang Wang again before the syringe disappeared. Kuang Wang was helpless. Brother Lu, your academy is quite unique. You have all sorts of innate gifts. Feng Shang was shocked as well. Such a large syringe is more intimidating than any weapon. Lu Yin felt a chill every time he looked at the syringe. This is Coco's innate gift. She was born in Windrift Hall and is very skilled in healing. Who wants to try it? No need. No need. The two spoke up at the same time. Although Coco's battle prowess couldn't compare to Zola's, her star energy was much more resilient. Even so, she could only last for a day before collapsing. The further in they went, the more difficult it became. Next up was Xiao Luo. According to Feng Shang and Quang Wang's estimates, Xiao Luo would last for at most a day, which was already a very high estimate. If Coco had been in his place, she wouldn't have been able to last even half a day. However, Lu Yin was very confident in Xiao Luo's abilities. He had specially observed Xiao Luo and found that his rune lines were no less than Quang Wang's or Feng Shang's. In other words, Xiao Luo had the power of an academy leader. During this period of time, Lu Yin had been improving and Xiao Luo had improved quite a bit as well. During the astral combat tournament, he had possessed the power level of an area master, and now he had risen to the power level of a realm master. This was no simple improvement. Of course, rune lines couldn't completely see through a person. For example, when Lu Yin had used his domain and battle force on the sky platform, his rune lines had increased but they weren't fixed. The same was true for Xiao Luo, Feng Shang and Quang Wang. It could only be said that the three of them were about the same if they didn't use their battle techniques or innate gifts. But once external forces were added, it was hard to say who was stronger. Xiao Luo steered the boat and only 3 boats followed behind him. One of them was from Wu University's newspaper, and Lu Yin didn't recognize the other 2. They're still following us at a time like this. Not bad, Lu Yin said as he glanced behind them. Feng Shang glanced back. One is from the newspaper, one is from Shamrock Enterprises, and the last one is from who knows where. Quang Wang glanced over. It's the spirit hunters. The words spirit hunters attracted Lu Yin's attention, as there had always been spirit hunters in the trial zones. These people all came from large organizations and they didn't compete for the trial zones. Instead, they specialized in hunting war spirits. What's the purpose of the spirit hunters' existence? Coco asked. Quang Wang replied, hunting war spirits. I don't know the exact reason, but before I came to the Astral Combat Academy, the seniors from the Divine Grade Hall warned me that if I couldn't become the student leader, then I should form a spirit hunter team. They didn't tell you the purpose of hunting war spirits? Lu Yin asked. Quang Wang shook his head. I heard that it's related to the trial zone's inheritances, but so many years have passed, and I've never heard of anyone obtaining an inheritance by hunting war spirits. At most, they'll be able to comprehend the battle techniques of past powerhouses. There are many such inheritances and you can run into one just by walking around. There's no need to hunt war spirits at all. It should be related to the phenomenon that occurs when a war spirit dies. The formation of a war spirit is related to the trial zone's greatest inheritance, and everyone wants to obtain it. It's not a pity to pay a high price for it, Feng Shang said. Lu Yin looked at the spirit hunters. They didn't know the reason, but he did. They definitely wanted to experience the power of the rune technology through hunting war spirits and use it to get closer to the inheritance. However, this method wasn't very useful and they might as well reach the top of the sky platform. Of course, even the student leaders couldn't do so, let alone the spirit hunters. This was a dead end, but it was also the only way. Since the seniors from the large organizations had warned these people to form a spirit hunter team, did they know about the rune technology? A day passed and the ocean of death still had no end in sight. Xiao Luo's expression was normal and he didn't seem to be affected at all. Feng Shang and Quang Wang looked at each other in shock. They had just been discussing who would be the next replacement, but now they realized that Xiao Luo didn't need to be replaced at all. This was strange as this person's strength far surpassed the other students. They hadn't paid much attention to Xiao Luo at first as there were so many students in the Astral Combat Tournament, and it was normal for a few to be comparable to an area master. But now they had to re-evaluate Xiao Luo as ordinary area masters couldn't do what he did. At this moment, there were only 2 boats following behind Lu Yin's group. One belonged to Shamrock Enterprises, while the other belonged to the Spirit Hunters. As for Wuda and the others, they were all gone. It's about to begin, Quang Wang said solemnly. Everyone looked at him. The illusion is about to begin, Quang Wang said once more. Coco was afraid and she leaned closer to Zora. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. He had already formed a habit of reciting the Stonewall scriptures whenever he encountered an unpredictable situation. There was a fluctuation in the void and Lu Yin and the others turned to look. The spirit hunter's boat gradually disappeared, and a war spirit appeared beside it. The spirit hunters were definitely not weak as they had at least an area master. However, they still couldn't resist a war spirit, and it was another war spirit with strength comparable to a realm master. It was indeed easy to encounter a powerful war spirit in the ocean of death. Shamrock Enterprises' boat was the closest to the war spirit, and Lu Yin and the others could only watch as the war spirit attacked Shamrock Enterprises' people. Tu Bo attacked first, but his attack directly pierced through the war spirit, causing it to disappear into nothingness. "It's an illusion," Kwang Wang shouted. Everyone was shocked and they looked over again. The spirit hunter's boat was unscathed, and the students on it looked at Lu Yin's group strangely. On the other side, Shamrock Enterprises' boat was also fine. Lu Yin frowned. If this was an illusion, then was the Stonewall scriptures useless? If Tu Bo hadn't attacked in the illusion, what would have happened? Xiao Luo asked. Kwang Wang's expression turned serious. "One of us would have died." Coco's face went pale. Lu Yin's brows rose. "Was the attack diverted?" "I don't know. I've been to the ocean of death several times, and I've encountered such a situation before. The illusion seemed to be attacking Tu Bo, but it was actually attacking one of us. If we were hit by the illusion, one of us would have had their spiritual force wiped out and died," Kwang Wang explained. Zora hugged Coco tightly. Women were naturally afraid of such strange scenes, and she subconsciously looked towards the depths of the ocean of death to see if there was an end. However, the moment she turned her head, a pair of blood-red eyes stared straight at her. Blood flowed from the eyes and dripped onto Zora's hands. The blood was cold and Zora's entire body turned cold. Her pupils shrank as she screamed in fear. Lu Yin and the others immediately looked over, but they couldn't see anything. Coco jumped in fright and hugged Zora. "Sister Zora, what's wrong?" Everyone looked at Zora. Zora was still in shock and her eyes flickered as she gasped for breath. Her face was pale. I saw a pair of blood-red faces." Kwang Wang said, "This is an illusion. Remember, you must defend against the illusion's attacks because being hit means death." Lu Yin frowned. This was very troublesome. Couldn't they sense it beforehand? He suddenly thought of something and star energy condensed in his eyes as he looked at the ocean of death. At this moment, the ocean of death had become countless rune lines in his eyes, and many of them were gradually condensing behind Coco. Chapter 404. Lu Yin suddenly attacked, aiming a palm behind Coco. His palm energy pierced through the void and dissipated on the surface of the ocean of death without causing any ripples. Kwang Wang looked at Lu Yin in shock. "You saw an illusion?" Lu Yin did not know how to explain it. He had not seen it, but it should be said that he had seen the illusion in advance and destroyed it. "I could sense it." "Impossible, no one has ever been able to sense an illusion in advance," Kwang Wang immediately said. "What you saw might be what the illusion wanted you to see." The others agreed with Kwang Wang. Lu Yin could not explain this as the ocean of death and the sky platform came from the same source. His eyes had mutated on the sky platform, and he had seen the rune lines as soon as he entered the ocean of death. This was definitely not an illusion, but he could not explain this to Kwang Wang. "You don't have to worry about that. In any case, you guys don't have to worry. I can deal with the illusion in advance and focus on crossing the ocean of death," Lu Yin said confidently. Kwang Wang wanted to say something but Xiao Luo interrupted him. "Regardless of whether Lu Yin is telling the truth or not, we can't change anything. Just listen to him and attack the next time we see an illusion." Kwang Wang nodded as Xiao Luo was right. "All right, everyone, remember to attack immediately if you see an illusion." Zora was still in shock and Coco comforted her. Kwang Wang and Feng Shang's expressions were not good. Only Xiao Luo remained calm as if he trusted Lu Yin. "Seventh bro, this place is haunted," the monkey spoke up. He had not spoken in a long time and he could not hold it in any longer. Lu Yin's eyes scanned his surroundings, and he casually sent out another palm strike to disperse the condensed rune lines. This time the rune lines appeared beside Kwang Wang, who thought that Lu Yin was attacking him and almost retaliated. While Lu Yin's side was fine, Shamrock Enterprises and the Spirit Hunters' boats also entered the illusion's location. Lu Yin turned around and his pupils shrank. The Spirit Hunter's boat was completely enveloped by rune lines, and even he could not see through them to see the people inside. Everything pointed to disaster. As expected, the Spirit Hunters were quickly finished. Now only Lu Yin and Shamrock Enterprises were left. But not long after, the students from Shamrock Enterprises also disappeared into the ocean of death. In the end, they were the only ones left. The boat went deeper and deeper into the ocean of death, and 2 more days passed. Xiao Luo was gradually unable to hold on any longer, and his replacement was Kuang Wang. Compared to Feng Shang, Kuang Wang's strength was not as good in the ocean of death. By now, they had already been traversing the ocean of death for about 5 days. The Star Energy boat's speed was neither fast nor slow, and they had already traversed a very long distance in these 5 days. However, they still couldn't see the end of the ocean of death. The seawater became murkier and murkier. When one looked at the bottom of the sea through the surface, one would feel like one was being devoured. Lu Yin maintained star energy in his eyes as he observed his surroundings, ready to act at any moment. Kuang Wang and Feng Shang were also certain that Lu Yin could sense illusions in advance, which left Kuang Wang in disbelief. Even Starsabil could not do such a thing, but Lu Yin could. This completely toppled his understanding of the world. He wanted to ask several times, but he didn't. Big brother Xia, you're very tired. Do you want Kiki to give you an injection? Kiki looked at Xiao Luo with concern. Xiao Luo shook his head and smiled. No need, Kiki. Even someone like Xiao Luo, who was always calm in the face of danger, did not dare to let Kiki have an injection. Kiki had never tried this treatment on anyone in the Astral Combat Academy, which made her feel very wronged. Zora could not bear to watch any longer. Kiki comes from the Windrift Hall. Although her syringe is very long, it doesn't pierce through the body. Instead, it follows the meridians to treat injuries and even recover one's physical strength. Her innate gift is very famous in the Windrift Hall. Kiki hurriedly nodded and looked at Xiao Luo expectantly. Feng Shang could not hold back any longer. Actually, your explanation is even more horrifying. Zora was helpless. Kiki was dejected as she had not treated anyone in a very, very long time. Be careful, there's something strange, Lu Yin suddenly said as he looked ahead. This was the first time he had revealed such an expression since entering the depths of the ocean of death. Feng Shang and the rest followed his gaze and saw a figure walking across the ocean of death, getting closer and closer. Kiki cried out and looked into the distance in fear. Zora's face also went pale as if she had seen a ghost. This was the ocean of death, but there was actually someone walking on it. Lu Yin straightened up. It should be a war spirit, and an extraordinary one at that. It could also be an illusion, Kuang Wang said. Lu Yin could not determine this, as the figure had appeared in the distance and had not formed within his field of vision. By the time he had seen it, it had already formed into a human figure with rune lines that could not be distinguished. How do you guys think an illusion is formed? Is it the same as a war spirit? Does it come from someone who has appeared before? Xiao Luo slowly asked as he stared at the approaching figure. That's possible, Kuang Wang said. If that's the case, then does that mean that the illusion also has the power of someone who has appeared before as well as a spiritual force attack? Xiao Luo asked. His words caused everyone to shudder, as this location was already very deep into the ocean of death. Those who could reach this location were basically all student leaders of the various academies, which meant that they were at least at the Realm Master level. A Realm Master with a spiritual force attack. Everyone subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. Wasn't this equivalent to Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword? Lu Yin had also thought of this. Everyone be careful. From now on, no matter if you encounter a war spirit or an illusion, you must face the power of Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword. How are we supposed to face that? We might as well just die. Kuang Wang was speechless. Aside from Lu Yin, no one else present was a match for Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword. The figure gradually approached and everyone could clearly see that it was a war spirit. The war spirit suddenly attacked and pointed at the group. The void suddenly split open and a sharp edge slashed out. Feng Shang's scalp went numb. It's an innate spatial gift. Careful. Lu Yin waved a hand and tore through the void, slicing the space in front of him horizontally to collide with the war spirit's attack. A cross-shaped void crack appeared above the star energy boat, and an enormous pressure pressed down. Be careful. Lu Yin suddenly leapt out and used flash to close in on the war spirit. He raised a hand and struck out with a palm. The war spirit in front of him actually had a rare innate spatial gift. Although he did not know what it was, anything that involved space was very troublesome. Dark Void's void explosion was one such example, and even Michelle's innate gift of the Red Lotus had been defeated by it. Lu Yin had to eliminate this war spirit first. The war spirit did not have any thoughts of its own, and it did not know how to retreat. When it saw Lu Yin's attack approaching, it waved its hands, causing the void in front of it to crack apart and form a defensive force field that resembled a mountain range. Lu Yin twisted his body and forcefully dodged it. He then used flash to appear behind the war spirit and pressed down with a palm. Suddenly, Lu Yin felt a sense of danger and used secret sidestep to forcefully shift his body. A spear pierced through the void where he had been standing, and another war spirit appeared. With his domain and Sirius activated at the same time, as well as his eyes, Lu Yin did not need the giant emperor's third eye to use secret sidestep. Fortunately, this was the case, or else he would have been at a disadvantage with that spear. There were actually two war spirits. No, Lu Yin's gaze swept past the two war spirits in front of him, and he looked at Feng Shang and the others. War spirits had also appeared on their side, but Coco and Zora were already dead. There were no visible wounds on their bodies, and they had died in the same manner as the people inside the centipede's body. Lu Yin clenched his fists and used secret sidestep to approach the two war spirits, causing the void in front of him to crack apart again. Innate spatial gifts were very difficult to deal with, but they could not be stopped by Lu Yin's secret sidestep. A spear formed from star energy pierced towards him, but Lu Yin did not dodge. If he was prepared, then these two war spirits' attacks would not pose a threat to him. Lu Yin quickly dealt with the two war spirits. In the end, these war spirits were only limiters, and any limiter would not be Lu Yin's match. Feng Shang and Xiao Luo each faced a war spirit. Feng Shang was doing well, but Xiao Luo was clearly not as strong as he wanted to be, and he was barely able to resist. Kuang Wang did his best to control the boat. After Lu Yin dealt with the war spirits, there was no longer any suspense in the battles, and Lu Yin finished them off one by one. Kuang Wang relaxed. 4 war spirits appeared all of a sudden, and they're all realm masters. How ruthless. On the boat, Zora and Coco's bodies had already disappeared. If they entered the Tao of Heaven again, they would only appear on the shore. What a pity. We shouldn't be too far from the end, Xiao Luo said. The closer we get, the greater the danger. I believe that the previous crisis was not the greatest, and there will definitely be more to come, Kuang Wang said. Lu Yin agreed. If the previous crisis had been the same, then it would not have been able to trap the Astral Combat Academy's geniuses for countless years. The Ocean of Death had left behind a legend, and it was not just because of these war spirits. There were definitely stronger war spirits ahead. On the other side, Wu De hurriedly recorded everything that had happened in the Ocean of Death. Not only did he record his own experiences, but he also recorded the experiences of Lu Yin and the others. Before the existence of the Academy newspaper, crossing the Ocean of Death had always been a mystery. Details had only been passed down by word of mouth between friends and classmates. Now, with the development of the Academy newspaper, the Ocean of Death had been unveiled. It's not enough, it's still not enough. We don't know what lies ahead. This information isn't enough to attract powerful students, Wu De lamented. He stood on the shore of the Ocean of Death and thought for a while before suddenly noticing Coco and Zora. His eyes lit up and he hurriedly ran over. Hello, my name is Wu De. After the 2 girls had died, they had endured their headaches and entered the Tao of Heaven once more. Just as Kuang Wang had said, they had appeared on the shore. Coco curiously sized up Wu De. Zora blocked in front of Coco. The founder of the Academy newspaper, Wu De. We've heard of you before. Why are you looking for us? Wu De rubbed his hands in embarrassment. When did the 2 of you die in the Ocean of Death? After he finished speaking, he saw that Zora and Coco's expressions were unfriendly. Wu De knew that he had said something wrong and hurriedly corrected himself. No, that's not right. I just wanted to ask where the 2 of you were and what you saw. Don't worry, I won't let you tell me for nothing. If you have any problems in the future, just tell me directly. Zora calmly replied, Sorry, but we were brought in by the academy leader. Unless he agrees, we can't talk about the situation inside. Wuda licked his lips. You're talking about Lu Yin, right? I'm very familiar with him. Don't worry, he won't say anything if you tell me. Zora did not believe him. Wuda continued, Lu Yin is the strongest person in the Astral Combat Academy. If I lie to you, I'm afraid that he'll shut me out. Tell me, and the two of you will be my younger sisters from now on. No, older sisters. Zora frowned. This person was really thick-skinned. Chapter 405. Coco whispered, Sister Zora, he doesn't look like he's lying. Why don't we tell him about the illusion? Illusion? What illusion? Wu Da's ears perked up. His hearing was exceptionally sensitive and his eyes glowed. Kiki jumped in fright and stopped talking. Zora glared at Wu Da. Don't think that I don't know you. You're used to being hunted down every day and you're probably not afraid of anyone in the entire Astral Combat Academy. You're a pain in the ass, so we have nothing to say. If you want to know, ask Lu Yin. Wu Da's expression turned bitter. Sister, just tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone that you told me. Zola ignored him. Wu Da begged again and again, but it was useless. However, he didn't beg for long because more than 10 students came out to kill him. He ran faster than a rabbit. It wasn't just Wu Da. Everyone was curious about what they had encountered, but Zora and Coco simply stood by the shore and didn't say anything. Not long after, Michelle arrived as well. Dark Void, Meng Yu and the rest of Astral 10 students arrived at the shore and waited for Lu Yin's results. Astral 10's current status was completely different from before, and no one dared to make a move against them. Even if Lu Yin graduated in the future, Xia Luo and the others would not be easy to deal with. In the depths of the Ocean of Death, Kuang Wang's star energy transformed into a boat that swayed leisurely on the surface of the Ocean of Death. At this location, the Ocean of Death was even more murky. The Ocean of Death's decomposition of star energy has increased, Kuang Wang said solemnly. Feng Shang frowned. How long can you last? At this speed, it'll take at most 2 days. If we speed up any further, we might not even last a day, said Kuang Wang. Xia Luo looked at Lu Yin and asked, that means that if we don't count Lu Yin, we can still cross the Astral Sea for about 3 more days. Brother Lu, how long can you last? Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before replying, I'm not sure, but the decomposition speed will increase. A conservative estimate would be a day. 4 days. It'll take us 10 days to cross the Ocean of Death. It'll be troublesome if we still don't reach the end, said Feng Shang helplessly. An idea suddenly flashed through Lu Yin's mind, but it disappeared in an instant. He had not been able to grasp it and he was rather annoyed. He felt that this idea would definitely be useful, but he just could not recall it. Suddenly, the Ocean of Death began to tremble. Everyone was bewildered. Lu Yin scanned his surroundings before finally looking at the bottom of the sea. His expression changed. Careful. Something's coming out from the bottom of the sea. That can't be right. There are creatures at the bottom of the sea? Kuang Wang exclaimed. He had never heard of such a thing. No one could answer him, and not even Lu Yin knew what would emerge from the bottom of the sea. The tremors grew more and more intense. Soon, a towering pillar of water rose from the side of the small boat, brushing past Kuang Wang's shoulder as it rushed upwards. Then it splashed out and fell into the sea. The few of them were at a loss. There was nothing. Xia Luo caught a glimpse of red, and when he looked at Kuang Wang, his expression changed. You're injured. Kuang Wang was startled. He touched his cheek and was overwhelmed with shock. The water column had touched his face just now, and just a touch was enough to injure him. The seemingly harmless water column was actually so powerful. Lu Yin's expression changed and he looked towards the bottom of the sea. He then used his star energy to forcefully change the boat's position, causing a pillar of water to shoot up into the sky and splash out like a fountain. Senior Kuang Wang, leave quickly, Lu Yin said sternly. Kuang Wang did not dare to be careless and immediately increased his speed. Behind him, pillars of water soared into the sky and chased after them. After half a day, the towering water column finally disappeared. Kuang Wang panted heavily and waved his hand. I can't take it anymore. Feng Shang, you take my place. Feng Shang had no choice but to use his star energy to form a boat and take Kuang Wang's place. The chase had consumed a lot of Kuang Wang's energy. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. The ocean of death could actually attack on its own, which was too strange. He could not help but look back, and what he saw made his hair stand on end. He saw a pair of eyes staring at him from within the ocean of death. Those were the eyes of a human. There was someone in the ocean of death. Lu Yin raised a hand and unleashed a space render palm towards the ocean of death, causing a giant whirlpool to form on its surface. The pair of eyes sank to the bottom of the sea and disappeared. Lu Yin's heart raced and a chill ran down his spine. That was a human, right? No, that was impossible. No human could possibly survive in the ocean of death. It had to be a war spirit, one that was incomparably powerful and even had the ability to predict danger. That ability to predict danger had to be an innate gift, or else the war spirit would not have been able to avoid them. Brother Lu, what's wrong? Xiao Luo and the other two looked at Lu Yin, and then at the ocean of death that Lu Yin had attacked. Lu Yin answered, those water columns weren't an attack from the ocean of death. They were from a war spirit. War spirit? Kuang Wang was horrified. That's impossible. A war spirit would definitely chase after us if it encountered us. It wouldn't hide. Xiao Luo replied, not necessarily. If the war spirit's original form had a strange innate gift, then it wouldn't be impossible for it to hide. No wonder I felt a chill. It was actually an attack from a war spirit. To be able to reach this position, the war spirit's original form must be extremely powerful. Could it be one of the 10 arbiters? Fengshang guessed. Lu Yin shook his head. That's impossible. If it was one of the 10 arbiters, then the war spirit would not have hidden. It would have killed all of us. Brother Feng, please don't scare us. The 10 arbiters have come to the ocean of death before, but they might not have formed a war spirit. What if we really encountered one? Kuang Wang was dissatisfied. That pair of eyes had been hidden too deeply, and if not for the fact that Lu Yin's own eyes had experienced the changes at the sky platform, he would not have been able to see it. Even so, because the eyes were too deep, Lu Yin could not see how many rune lines there were, and he could not determine its strength. However, it was definitely not one of the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin suddenly thought of the rain list in Astral 10's rain observatory. Back then he had barely been able to enter the rain list. The Astral Combat Academy had been incomparably glorious, or rather Astral 10 had been incomparably glorious. Although entering the rain list only represented one's control of star energy and not one's battle prowess, one's control of star energy represented a portion of one's strength. Lu Yin estimated that the person at the top of the rain list had been no weaker than the younger 10 arbiters. He still remembered that person's name, Xiaoqian. If Astral 10's rain list had so many powerhouses, then what about the 10 great academies? There must have been many powerhouses born there, and there must have been extremely powerful individuals among them. The war spirits formed by those people would definitely be powerful. Although it was rumored that the 10 arbiters were products of the universe's great changes, and it was impossible for the universe to produce a younger generation that could compare to the 10 arbiters, rumors were just rumors. Who knew if there were any freakish geniuses that had been born before? Some freakish geniuses were incomparably powerful in the Limiter realm, but they would weaken when they broke through to the Explorer realm. In the countless years of the Astral Combat Academy's history, there might have been a few who could compare to the 10 arbiters when they were Limiters. That pair of eyes had cast a shadow over everyone's hearts, and with Kuang Wang's lack of star energy, their time had been shortened by another day. Ahead of them was still the unknown end of the ocean of death. Lu Yin was glad that he had brought these people along. Otherwise, even if he had enough star energy, his heart would have been stifled. Another day passed and everything went smoothly. However, the ocean of death's decomposition of star energy had sped up, and Feng Shang could only hold on for another half a day. This kind of aimless journey is the most troublesome, Kuang Wang said helplessly as he lay on the small boat. Be content. Who knows how many students envy us for being able to come here. Maybe you'll be able to see the end of the island in the next second. Lu Yin suddenly asked, Senior Feng, your surname is Feng. What's your relationship with the Tempest Flow Zone's Feng family? Feng Shang replied, I'm the third son of the Feng family. Lu Yin nodded. The surname Feng is very rare. I met someone called Feng Tao at the border warfront. Feng Shang smiled. He's my younger brother and he told me that he met you. Back then he didn't know his limits and even wanted to challenge you in silver. Huh. Luin laughed. Although he hadn't spent much time at the border warfront, that place had left a deep impression on him. There were strange astral beasts, iron-willed soldiers, and a merciless battlefield. That was a place where men should be. Right, Brother Lu, you seem to be really short on money, right? Kuang Wang asked. After interacting with Lu Yin for a few days, the two had become much more familiar with each other, and Kuang Wang no longer had any misgivings. Lu Yin shrugged. I'm used to being poor. Aside from my innate gift, cultivation is also a waste of resources. Without money I can't do anything. Kuang Wang's eyes lit up. Actually, you can go to our Beast Tamer's flow zone to catch astral beasts. No matter what you catch, there'll be people who want it. Don't listen to him. There are so many people who go to the Beast Tamer's flow zone to catch astral beasts every year, and there's not much money to be made. Besides, the Divine Grade Hall, First Grade Hall, and Second Grade Hall all have specialized teams to catch astral beasts. Outsiders can't get involved, Feng Shang ruthlessly exposed. Kuang Wang was annoyed. Is Brother Lu an average person? With Brother Lu's ability, you can catch rare astral beasts at any time and sell them for sky-high prices. Feng Shang sneered. You're talking about rare astral beasts yourself. It's not a matter of whether or not you can catch them, but whether or not you can even find them. Don't blame others for your lack of luck. What's the point of staying in the ported battles and tormenting those newbies? Don't spout nonsense. I'm just trying to increase my combat experience. Besides, I've died quite a few times. I even ran into an expert from the top 100 rankings a while ago. You asked for it. Right, Brother Lu, did you run into any experts from the top 100 rankings in the ported battles? Feng Shang suddenly asked. Kuang Wang and Xiao Luo were curious as well. Lu Yin nodded. Avery. Avery? Kuang Wang and Feng Shang cried out in surprise, and they looked at Lu Yin sympathetically. He must have lost quite miserably and he must have been completely crushed. Xiao Luo answered, Avery. He's ranked 4th on the top 100 rankings. His defense is extremely powerful and he calls himself the Second War King. He's from the Spirit Seal Flow Zone's Nightmare Barbarian tribe and has an innate gift of sound. He then looked at Lu Yin with interest. I'm curious. Did he use any sound techniques against you? Feng Shang and Kuang Wang also stared at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin thought about it. Yes. The three of them looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Brother Lu, your strength is definitely high enough to make Avery acknowledge you, Feng Shang exclaimed. What's wrong? Lu Yin was confused. Feng Shang explained, Avery has a special characteristic when facing his opponents. He'll let his opponent attack first and he'll only use sound techniques if he acknowledges his opponent's strength. If his opponent's strength doesn't satisfy him, he'll just use his physical strength to crush them. Many people in the universe call this Avery's dividing line. Chapter 406. Avery usually doesn't refuse challenges. Many people want to gain his recognition, but it's very difficult. Generally speaking, only experts on the top 100 rankings can meet Avery's requirements. Brother Lu, your strength has reached that level, Xiao Luo said. Lu Yin was shocked. This Avery is really arrogant. He has the right to be arrogant, Feng Shang said. Kuang Wang rolled his eyes. It was annoying to hear his name being mentioned all the time. 7th bro, we have to teach this Avery a lesson when we have the time. What's with Abu's line? Show off, we have to beat him up. After we beat him up, we'll set a standard for the harem. The monkey shouted. Lu Yin suddenly thought of a problem. Isn't the Soul Dream tribe in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone? The Soul Dream tribe uses musical battle techniques, which are quite similar to the Dire Barbarian clans. The Dire Barbarian clan and the Soul Dream tribe have been enemies for generations. Their hatred runs deeper than anyone else's, Xiao Luo said. This was the first time Lu Yin had heard of this, so he was rather curious. Rumor has it that the Dire Barbarian clan has a tradition of snatching beauties from the Soul Dream tribe as wives. Whoever manages to do so is a warrior. The Soul Dream tribe also has a tradition of killing anyone from the Dire Barbarian clan without mercy. Killing a member of the Dire Barbarian clan is equivalent to being a warrior of the Dire Barbarian clan. These two clans have been killing each other for countless years. How interesting. Lu Yin laughed. The dire barbarian clan is very arrogant, and Avery is the epitome of arrogance, Feng Shang continued. Kuang Wang rolled his eyes. His name was always mentioned. Focus on controlling the boat. Don't overturn it. No need. Lu Yin stood up and stretched his arms. Prepare for battle. It'll be very tiring. Feng Shang and the others were puzzled as they hadn't seen anything. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked straight ahead. In his eyes, the entire ocean of death was churning as countless rune lines converged in front of him, gradually forming human figures. These were war spirits that had the ability to attack spiritual force. At this moment, Feng Shang and the others also saw them, and their expressions turned ugly. 1, 2, 3, 7, 9. Kuang Wang was stunned. 9 war spirits, and they should all have the strength of a realm master. We're in trouble. Feng Shang smiled bitterly. This should be our end. Xia Luo's gaze was solemn, and even his expression changed. Lu Yin took a few steps forward and walked in front of them. I'll try my best to pull as many as I can. The rest will be up to you guys. He then used Flash to vanish as 5-line battle force appeared around his body. Sirius activated his domain and unleashed a palm strike at the 9 war spirits in front of him. The wind from his palm covered the sky as he attempted to engulf all 9 war spirits. With his battle prowess, so what if 9 world overlords joined forces? He wanted nothing more than to deal with all of them by himself. The result was just as Lu Yin had hoped, and the 9 war spirits all attacked him at the same time. They completely ignored Feng Shang and the others as more war spirits appeared in the surroundings. Kuang Wang said in a low voice, "That's impossible. How could there be so many war spirits in such a deep place? There must be some fake ones among them." Feng Shang shouted, "Who cares if it's fake or not? Let's fight." In an instant, the battle in the depths of the ocean of death began. During the astral combat tournament, Lu Yin had already possessed the strength to crush realm masters, and now he was even more terrifying. A war spirit had been dispersed by a single palm strike from him, but these war spirits were able to enter the depths of the ocean of death. Each of them had their own abilities and innate battle techniques. These war spirits were all monstrous geniuses from the Astral Combat Academy. Although they could not compare to the top 100 rankings in terms of absolute power, they had all sorts of tricks up their sleeves. Even if Lu Yin wanted to destroy all of them, it would take some time. There were 2 lock breakers among them, and they used their lock-breaking techniques to neutralize Lu Yin's overlaying stacks. One of the lock-breaker war spirits gave Lu Yin a familiar feeling, as their fighting style was exactly the same as Dao Bo's. Could it be Dao Bo? The war spirit's domain collided with Lu Yin's, and the war spirit's battle force collided with Lu Yin's, causing the ocean of death to tremble. Behind them, Feng Shang and the others were facing a bitter battle as they were surrounded by 7 war spirits. Kuang Wang was the first to fall, as his azure dragon was dispersed by a war spirit's 4-lined battle force the moment it was released. His emperor butterfly grass was also torn apart by another war spirit, and he was the first to die. Feng Shang was not faring much better. His 7 spinning slash destroyed a war spirit, but he was also heavily injured by another war spirit. In comparison, Xia Luo was actually the one who was able to hold on the longest. His lock-breaking techniques could neutralize the war spirit's attacks, but he definitely would not be able to hold on for much longer. Lu Yin defeated 3 war spirits in a row, and then a fierce attack came crashing down from the top of his head. To one side, a war spirit slashed out with its sword, tearing through the void. On the other side, a strange cold wind appeared in the ocean of death, and it tried to freeze Lu Yin. Although there were many attacks, none of them reached the limit of what Lu Yin could withstand. The war spirits were dealt with one by one, and by the time he destroyed the last war spirit, Xia Luo had perished together with another war spirit. 16 war spirits attacked Lu Yin, 8 of which were fake while the other 8 were real. Aside from Lu Yin, no one else could withstand the combined attacks of 8 realm masters. Lu Yin floated a meter above the ocean of death and looked up. He could not fly any higher, and as he thought about it, the star energy beneath his feet transformed into a boat, and he stood atop it. In the end, he was the only one left. The ocean of death was not easy to cross. He did not know if this was the most difficult part, but it probably was not. Among the past generations of Astral Combat Academy students, there should have been 10 realm masters who had joined forces to cross the ocean of death, but they had still been defeated. This proved that the Ocean of Death had the power to wipe out 10 realm masters working together. The Astral Combat Academy's 10 realm masters working together was enough to contend with an expert from the top 100 rankings, and the power of the attacks just now had not reached the level of the top 100 rankings. While Lu Yin was thinking about this, a war spirit slowly appeared in the distance. Lu Yin's eyes trembled and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. He stared at the war spirit. It was very strong. The war spirit approached Lu Yin step by step. An umbrella formed from star energy in its hand. It walked across the Ocean of Death and walked out of the black and yellow fog. When it was about 100 meters away from Lu Yin, it lowered the umbrella and pointed the tip at Lu Yin. Strange insects flew out from the umbrella and rushed towards Lu Yin. These insects were like centipedes that had grown 100 times in size. They were ferocious and terrifying, and they tore through the void as they passed. Lu Yin's scalp went numb and he waved a hand, causing a strong gale to push the insects away. He looked up and saw that a giant umbrella had appeared in the sky at some point, covering the entire area. Inside the umbrella was a 1,000-meter-long insect that had 5-lined battle force imprinted on its body. With a whoosh, the giant insect rushed towards Lu Yin, its huge body wrapping around him in layers as it entrenched itself in the void around Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt a wave of dizziness. Not good, there's poison. He did not dare to be careless and used flash to avoid the attack. He then slapped the insect's body with a 30 stacks 40-fold shockwave palm, breaking apart a section of the insect's body. Even the 5-lined battle force imprinted on the insect's body could not withstand the attack. The war spirit wielding the umbrella ferociously rushed towards Lu Yin and struck out with both of its palms. The star energy in its palms underwent a strange transformation, as if it had been compressed. Lu Yin raised his elbow and met the war spirit's attack head-on. The void transformed into a wave that swept out, and Lu Yin felt a sharp pain in his arm. What a ferocious palm strength, and its ability to compress star energy had actually reached the standard of 20 stacks. This person was definitely one of the few realm masters in the history of the Astral Combat Academy, and among the current realm masters, only Starsabil could contend against him. This ferocious palm strength was capable of damaging Lu Yin's spiritual force, but unfortunately, it was useless against Lu Yin. The insect entrenched itself once again, completely enveloping Lu Yin and the war spirit. The intense poisonous gas caused Lu Yin to feel dizzy. He did not hesitate and struck out with both hands. One of his palms landed on the war spirit's body while the other landed on the insect's body. The two palms caused both the insect and the war spirit to crumble, turning into rune lines that dissipated into the Ocean of Death. It was truly difficult to find someone who could match Lu Yin in the Astral Combat Academy, even if it was the past generations of students. It was a pity that Feng Shang and the other two had died. Otherwise, they might have been able to recognize who that war spirit was based on. The umbrella, the insect, and the 5-line battle force were all too obvious. Just as Lu Yin was about to take a break, the entire Ocean of Death began to boil once again. This time it was not just this space that was boiling but rather the entire Ocean of Death. Lu Yin's face went pale and he leapt up into the sky. He endured the pressure and looked into the distance. Regardless of whether it was in front or behind him, the entire Ocean of Death was boiling as endless rune lines shot up into the sky and condensed. Lu Yin landed on the star energy boat and gritted his teeth as he looked at the scene before him. How could this be? Almost all of the rune lines in the Ocean of Death were being condensed, and they were all trying to force him out. Based on the strength of this force, how had the people of the past reached the end? How had the 10 arbiters done this? Just like the sky platform, Lu Yin increasingly felt that the 10 arbiters' strength was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. It had already surpassed the scope of his understanding. Seventh bro, why do I feel like my heart is palpitating? Is something terrifying about to appear? The monkey asked in a panic. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. The entire Ocean of Death was churning, including the shores of the Ocean of Death. Many students looked on in horror. The Ocean of Death was actually boiling. Others could not see it, but Lu Yin could see an even more terrifying scene. Endless rune lines filled the sky from the bottom to the top. These rune lines represented power, and Lu Yin was being resisted by the entire Ocean of Death. I can't block it. I definitely can't block it. Lu Yin kept repeating these words in his heart. This was the ocean of death, or rather, the power of the Tao of Heaven's trial zones. Seventh bro, what's going on? I feel like I can't breathe, the monkey tattoo on Lu Yin's right arm said in a panic. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Then he suddenly opened them and sat down cross-legged. Since he could not block it, then he would take a gamble. The Tao of Heaven does not allow for good communication. Leap through the heavens and lie down. The Tao of Heaven gives. Leap through the boundless expanse and lie down. Why are you chanting at a time like this? Just run. The monkey shouted. Lu Yin ignored him. From start to finish, he had not been able to recite the entire Stonewall scriptures. He could only recite a little bit at a time and gradually increase the amount. There was always a limit, and once he exceeded it, he would faint. Faced with the power of the entire ocean of death, he had to use the Stonewall scriptures to resist it. The ocean of death was destructive to spiritual force, but the Stonewall scriptures perfectly countered it. It all depended on whether the limit of the Stonewall scriptures that he could endure was enough to resist the ocean of death. Around the boat, the water of the ocean of death began to rise, and droplets of water filled the entire space. Gradually, the rune lines condensed into an attack high up in the sky. It was a finger that Lu Yin had engraved in his heart. It was a finger that he would never forget, could not shake off, and yet could not recall. A finger. Chapter 407. Every time Lu Yin fainted, this finger would appear and crush the heavens, wanting to completely crush him. He had seen this many times, but he could not suppress his boundless rage each time. Now the ocean of death's illusion had penetrated his heart and projected this finger. The moment the jade-like finger appeared above the ocean of death, the Tao of Heaven trembled and the 9 trial zones trembled as well. It was as if something incomparably terrifying had been projected. The various deans of the Astral Combat Academy all opened their eyes, and strange emotions welled up in their hearts. The sky was collapsing. At this moment, Lu Yin was nearing his limit from reciting the Stonewall scriptures, and he was about to faint. However, before he fainted, he opened his eyes and looked at the finger. His pupils shrank as this jade-like finger was too familiar. He stared at it as it pressed down, causing the heavens to crumble. Lu Yin saw a scene that was deeper than the void and deeper than a black hole. What was that? And the way this finger was pressing down made him see something different. He could no longer care about his rage as he stared at the finger and continued to recite the Stonewall scriptures. He did not know why, but he was still reciting the Stonewall scriptures even though he had already surpassed his limit. Lu Yin did not feel like he was about to faint, and because he was reciting the Stonewall scriptures, he could clearly see the many changes that the finger was pressing down on him. These changes, this method, this power that could crush the heavens, this was a battle technique. A single finger could traverse the heavens and suppress eternity. The ocean of death's boundless rune lines had barely managed to condense this finger, but the entire Tao of Heaven could not withstand it. All of the students were forced out of the Tao of Heaven, and it was not just the Tao of Heaven. All of the students within the 9 trial zones had died. It was as if all living things could not grow under this finger. This was a finger that reached the heavens, and it contained an unimaginable power. It was targeted only at Lu Yin, and because of the Stonewall scriptures, Lu Yin could clearly see that he could learn it. The finger pressed down from above the ocean of death. An instant passed, but it also seemed like an eternity. The Tao of Heaven trembled, and just as the finger was about to crush Lu Yin, it dissipated. The ocean of death could not withstand it any longer. Even if this finger was just a phantom, the Tao of Heaven's rune lines could not withstand it. This was an unparalleled power. The moment the finger disappeared, Lu Yin completely fainted, but before he fainted, he released the monkey. The changes in the 9 trial zones attracted the attention of the Astral Combat Academy, and the 9 deans all walked out in an attempt to understand what was going on. The trial zones were too important to the Astral Combat Academy, but they were destined to be clueless. It was unknown where or when. Perhaps it was the future, or perhaps it was the past, or perhaps it existed in the long river of history. A pair of clear and beautiful eyes opened. So you're in that part of the starry sky. No one knew the reason for the change in the Tao of Heaven. Although some guessed that it had something to do with Lu Yin, everyone from Astral 10 agreed that Lu Yin had also been forced out of the Tao of Heaven. In the end, the matter was left unresolved. The ocean of death was filled with a blackish-yellow fog as usual. Lu Yin lay on the small boat showing no signs of waking up. The monkey sat on the boat in a daze, barely managing to keep it from dispersing. The monkey's strength was at most comparable to a realm master, which was Kuang Wang's level. It would be difficult for him to maintain his current position for long. Fortunately, the little boat still had Lu Yin's star energy, or else it would have already been decomposed. Even so, the monkey estimated that he would not be able to last more than a few days. What kind of crappy place is this? There's not even a ghost here. I'm not a rower. There can't be a war spirit, right? I can't hold on any longer. That thing just now was a finger, right? It's too scary. Speaking of which, seventh bro. No, I mean, how did this bastard survive? What kind of spell was he chanting? Looks like this bastard has a lot of secrets. He's always trying to hide from me. How many times have I told him that we're one and can't be separated? How many secrets do you have that can compare to progenitor Wuxiang's hide? There seems to be a ghost. The monkey headed in the direction of the chatterbox and did not return. While Lu Yin was unconscious, he had been talking non-stop and he had not even repeated himself. He had forcefully turned the lifeless ocean of death into a tea party. The little boat was noticeably thinner and the monkey wailed, "Seventh bro, wake up. I can't hold on any longer." No, a man can't say that he can't hold on any longer. Speaking of which, I wonder how Sister Fengjiu is doing. She must be very lonely. Can she be more lonely than me? What is this ocean of death made of? Can it be drunk? I'm actually thirsty. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin felt as if his head was about to explode. He woke up in a daze and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the monkey staring straight at him. Lu Yin frowned and he raised a hand to slap the monkey. The monkey slammed into the little boat and cursed, "Bastard, you're crazy. Why did you hit me?" Lu Yin rubbed his head and stood up. "Ever since I let you out, you haven't stopped talking nonsense. My headache is all because of you." The monkey felt wronged. "How can you blame me? Where are you looking? It's so lifeless and I can't even see the end of it. So scary, it's like a ghost. There were even war spirits that appeared earlier which scared me to death." Lu Yin rolled his eyes. "You're a tomb raider and you're afraid of ghosts? Speaking of which, you're a ghost yourself." "I'm a mighty monkey, not a ghost. Also, that's not called tomb raiding. That's called archaeological research." "Research?" the monkey shouted. Lu Yin was speechless. All right, I got it. Research." He then looked at the boat and saw that there was only a thin layer left. It would probably disintegrate in a few more hours and it had to be hard on the monkey. Lu Yin took action and quickly solidified the boat. He recalled the monkey and looked into the distance. "I wonder how much longer it will take to reach the end." He then steered the boat deeper into the sea. As the boat headed towards the ocean of death, the phantom finger appeared in Lu Yin's mind again and again. If not for the stonewall scriptures, he would not have been able to see those changes. Similarly, if not for that finger, the stonewall scriptures would have caused him to faint. They were actually resisting each other. Lu Yin had always felt that the stonewall scriptures were mysterious and had a great background. That finger had confirmed his suspicions, as it was a finger that could transcend the void. Although he could not tell how strong an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands was, he had a feeling that they could not reach the level of that finger. Whether it was in his dream or in stargazing deck, he could only see that finger pressing down on him, but he could not see it clearly. Now he could clearly see that the owner of that finger was definitely a woman. That finger was a terrifying battle technique. Since it was a battle technique, he could learn it. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he had already seen the many transformations of that finger. To be able to transcend the heavens meant that this battle technique surpassed any attack method that he had mastered. The Sirius palm could not keep up with his current level, the Sky Beast claw was not powerful enough, and the Day-Night fist was not his forte. His attacks were too simple and he only knew overlaying stacks. If he encountered a strong opponent who could defend against overlaying stacks, he would be at a disadvantage. There were limiters who could match up to him and some of them might be able to withstand 30 stacks. In other words, he was currently lacking a trump card. That finger had given Lu Yin hope, and he was certain that it was stronger than any battle technique. This was an intuition that could not be refuted. He had to learn it. But even if he fainted and saw that finger, it would be useless. Dreams were not controlled by humans and he could not learn the finger's transformations in his dreams. After thinking about it, Lu Yin knew that there was only one way: stargazing deck. The first time he had ascended the stargazing deck he had seen that finger. More importantly, the stargazing deck was controlled by one's will, and one could even use lock-breaking tools. Furthermore, he had seen the sky beast claw that had been engraved on Limitless. The stargazing deck not only allowed him to see that finger, but it also allowed him to see the sky beast claw, killing two birds with one stone. Lu Yin decided to request to ascend the stargazing deck after leaving the Ocean of Death, and he hoped that the Star Master would allow him to do so. "Seventh bro, look ahead," the monkey suddenly cried out. Lu Yin looked up and saw a different scene in the distance. It was the outline of an island. Lu Yin stood up excitedly. He had finally arrived. Ever since the Astral Combat Academy had taken control of the trial zones, very few people had been able to reach the end of the Ocean of Death. Now he had finally arrived. The boat gradually drew closer and Lu Yin could clearly see the island. It was a very ordinary island. As they got closer, Lu Yin became more cautious, afraid of encountering something. When the boat reached the shore, Lu Yin felt that it was a little surreal. Was he going to go up just like that? "Seventh bro, let's go. I want to see what's at the end of the Ocean of Death," the monkey said anxiously. Lu Yin stepped onto the island and it felt very real. It felt like soil, but it was a little sticky. He squatted down and touched the soil and his expression changed. It was blood. The soil had been soaked in blood. Lu Yin's expression turned serious and he released his domain. Everything within 100 or even 1,000 meters had been soaked in blood, and not a single trace had been left behind. How many people had died in this process? "Seventh bro, look. There are footprints over there," the monkey cried out. Lu Yin turned around and saw a row of footprints that extended into the depths of the island. They should have been left behind by the previous arbiter. There's only one set of footprints. Could it be that only one of the 10 arbiters has been here before? The monkey guessed. Lu Yin did not know and he walked over to the footprints and observed them. The footprints are very small. Either the person is young or it's a woman. It should be a woman. Didn't they say that one of the 10 arbiters has been here before? The monkey asked. Lu Yin agreed with the monkey's guess and he turned to look into the depths of the island. A dark canyon opened up and he might be able to enter the island after passing through it. Lu Yin did not hesitate and stepped into the canyon. As soon as he entered, a gust of cold wind swept past him, causing his hair to stand on end. Just as he was about to speak, there was an explosion in his head. "I can't accept this. I can't accept this. What right do you ants have to kill me? What right do you have? 5 has changed the heavens and 5 has become 6. From now on, this region of space has been covered in a veil of hypocrisy. I can't accept this. The heavens have changed, the heavens have changed. I want to rebel. I want to kill. I want to kill until this region of space flows with blood." Lu Yin covered his head and panted heavily as he looked ahead. These voices should have been left behind from ancient times, and they were accompanied by the gust of cold wind. They were filled with unwillingness and resentment. What the hell? Chapter 408. The monkey shrieked, "Did you hear that, 7th bro?" Lu Yin didn't have time to reply. He quickly walked out of the canyon and saw that the ground was littered with corpses that had been reduced to white bones. Flags fluttered in the wind as the corpses disappeared in an instant. Lu Yin's arrival had caused a slight noise that caused everything within 10,000 meters to turn into nothingness. Just like the centipede's body, everything that had been left behind since ancient times couldn't withstand even the slightest bit of destruction. Lu Yin stared at the scene in front of him in shock. The entire island was covered in corpses. How many people had died? There had to be at least a few 100,000. The sky was filled with explosions and countless voices. "We are unwilling to accept this. The younger generation has no hope. How can we accept this? I am the 6th and I will kill all the 5s. The sky has changed, the sky has changed. From now on this sky is the 6th. Lu Yin crouched down and endured the bombardment of voices. Blood flowed from his eyes, ears and nostrils, dripping onto the island. The monkey didn't make any more noise. It had probably fainted. Lu Yin panted heavily and opened his mouth to try and reduce the volume of the voices, but it was no use. He even pierced his eardrums, but the voices still entered his mind and caused him to be out of his wits. Although these voices weren't attacks, the power they contained could still cause damage to Lu Yin's spiritual force. He couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful these powerhouses had been when they were alive. Lu Yin couldn't take it anymore and his body gradually trembled. He couldn't take it anymore. His gaze turned fierce as he ran forward. Even if he died, he wanted to see what the deepest part of the island was like. As he ran, the ancient objects around him quickly turned to dust. This was a trial zone, but the effects were just like reality. Lu Yin quickly rushed forward. The island wasn't large and he quickly reached its depths. His eyes narrowed when he saw 5 spears that nailed a dried corpse to the ground. It was exactly the same as the one in the centipede's body. What was the meaning of this? Was this some kind of sacrifice? Lu Yin couldn't figure it out, but before he could take a closer look, an even more ferocious voice entered his mind. Countless noises caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood as his body disappeared from the island. Not far from where Lu Yin had died, another pair of clear footprints could be seen. They were exactly the same as the ones he'd seen when he'd first entered the island. This person had also come to this place, but the outcome was unknown. At Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. His head felt like it was about to split open and he subconsciously grabbed his head and almost fell over. Coco, Xiao Luo and the others were all present, and they hurried over when they saw Lu Yin open his eyes. "Brother Lu, are you all right?" Coco asked. They all looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin took a few deep breaths and looked at the ground. He gradually recovered and waved a hand. "I'm fine. Let me rest for a bit." "Oh," Coco acknowledged, and the group left the Trial Zone Mountain to wait for Lu Yin outside. They were very curious about what was in the depths of the Ocean of Death, and they were certain that the changes in the Tao of Heaven were related to Lu Yin. After all, Lu Yin was the only one who had yet to emerge. Lu Yin rested in the Trial Zone Mountain for an entire day before leaving, and he was in low spirits. The Trial Master glanced at Lu Yin. "Kid, have you reached the end of the Ocean of Death?" Lu Yin nodded and looked at the Trial Master. "Does Mentor know anything?" The Trial Master shook his head. "I do not know." Lu Yin didn't believe him, but he didn't ask any further because Coco and the others had arrived. "Brother Lu, have you reached the end of the Ocean of Death?" Coco hurriedly asked. Xiao Luo, Zora, Michelle, Dark Void, Meng Yu and the rest were all present and they all looked at him. Lu Yin took a deep breath. "I'm here." Everyone was shocked. Even though they had some guesses, they still couldn't believe it when Lu Yin confirmed it. What's at the end of the Ocean of Death? Is there really an island that's filled with the corpses of powerhouses and ancient inheritances? Meng Yu hurriedly asked. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. "If there was an ancient inheritance, then I wouldn't be in this state." He looked around at everyone and then said, "There really is an island at the end of the Ocean of Death, and it's also filled with the corpses of powerhouses. But aside from that, there's nothing else." They clearly didn't believe him. "Liar, there's an inheritance at the end of the Ocean of Death. This has been confirmed a long time ago," Coco said bluntly. Lu Yin shook his head. "I'm not lying to you and there's no need for me to do so. Perhaps someone else has obtained an inheritance, but I haven't." Everyone sighed. Regardless of whether they believed him or not, it was impossible for them to obtain any more information from Lu Yin. Xiao Luo asked, "Aside from you, are there any other signs that someone else has reached the island?" Lu Yin nodded. "Yes, and the signs are very obvious. It shouldn't have been that long ago." "It should be one of the rumored 10 arbiters," Xiao Luo said before leaving. He didn't seem interested in the inheritance. The others also left one after another, allowing Lu Yin to rest. Lu Yin knew that they didn't believe him, but there really wasn't any inheritance. However, the information he had gathered was linked to the centipede's body. Those spears should have come from the same power, and there were also those loud noises. 6. Revolution, rebellion, hypocrisy, slaughter. These words echoed in Lu Yin's mind for a long time, but he didn't understand what they meant. Perhaps the trial master knew, but he didn't plan on telling Lu Yin. After 10 days in the Ocean of Death, his greatest gain was probably the change in that finger. Right, stargazing deck. After resting for a day in the Trial Zone Mountain, Lu Yin felt that he could go to Stargazing Deck now. He couldn't wait to teleport there. The Astral Combat Academy was divided into 10 academies, and one thing they all had in common was that each of them had a stargazing deck. Many people said that the stargazing deck was the most important thing in the 10 academies, not the trial zones. Lu Yin hadn't understood this before, but he gradually understood now. The stargazing deck allowed him to see the past. It also allowed him to use his lock-breaking tool to see things more clearly, as if he was actually there. This kind of power was not something that the trial zones could compare to. Student Lu Yin requests to ascend the stargazing deck, Lu Yin said loudly from below. The Star Master opened his eyes. In principle, each person only has one chance to ascend the stargazing deck. I've already given you 2 chances, so no more. Lu Yin said loudly, Mentor, you said that the same scene won't change even if I repeat it. That's why you don't allow me to do it again. However, I'm confident that I can see different things even if it's the same scene. Please give me another chance. The Star Master asked, Kid, do you think that the Academy should make an exception for you? Lu Yin was stunned and hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. The Star Master looked at Lu Yin. Since ancient times, there have been countless people with extraordinary innate gifts. It's not as if no one in Astral 10 has reached your current level. Even the 10 arbiters from back then refused to repeat their request. You should leave. Lu Yin was helpless. Even the 10 arbiters had rejected him. Mentor, can't you give me another chance? The 10 arbiters are the 10 arbiters, not Astral 10's student. I've contributed to the Academy and bled for it. The Star Master replied, Leave. Lu Yin sighed. This old man was abnormally stubborn. If a student wants to ascend another academy's stargazing deck, will you stop me? Lu Yin suddenly thought of this question and hurriedly asked. The Star Master replied, The other academy's stargazing decks have nothing to do with me. However, I must remind you that no academy allows students to ascend the stargazing decks twice. That means that students can ascend the stargazing decks in other academies, but they can't repeat it. Just like Astral 10, right? Lu Yin asked expectantly. The Star Master did not reply. Lu Yin understood. There were 10 academies and 9 stargazing decks, which meant that he could ascend the stargazing decks 9 times. He only had 9 chances to comprehend that finger technique. Lu Yin bowed to the Star Master and then left the stargazing deck. He couldn't wait to go to the other academy's stargazing decks to observe that finger technique. He really lacked a powerful battle technique. Before leaving Astral 10, Lu Yin was called over by Old Kai, who had learned that Astral 10 was going to recruit students in the Innerverse in the near future. Old Kai wanted to know if Lu Yin wanted to return. Lu Yin was Astral 10's signature student. Lu Yin calculated the days and shook his head. I don't have time in the near future. The Day-Night Clan's Day-Night Banquet is about to begin and I've been invited. Old Kai was surprised. Day-Night Banquet? Lu Yin nodded. Old Kai's gaze and expression were strange. He muttered to himself for a while before saying, Since you've been invited, it's not good to decline. Alright, Astral 10 doesn't need you anymore. Thank you, Old Kai, Lu Yin said and then turned to leave. Old Kai suddenly said, Right, the Day-Night Clan's Day-Night Banquet is very grand. Kid, try to keep a low profile. Lu Yin was puzzled, but he still replied, Got it. I've always kept a low profile. Old Kai's mouth twitched as he couldn't tell how this kid was keeping a low profile. If anyone asks about Astral 10, just say that you're not familiar with it. Lu Yin blinked. But I'm from Astral 10. You said you weren't familiar with him. This is for your own good, said Old Kai. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. There was something wrong with this old man, and he had sensed it when the Day-Night Banquet was mentioned. Could he have stolen something from the Day-Night Clan? Old Kai felt uncomfortable under Lu Yin's gaze. Alright, hurry up and leave. I still have to make money bombs, so I don't have time for you. Right, don't use money bombs in the Day-Night Clan's territory. Remember, don't ever use them. Lu Yin was certain that this old man had offended someone from the Day-Night Clan. What a scam. Did he scam Lu Yin? There was no way he could get anything out of Old Kai, so Lu Yin immediately went to look for the Sandmaster. He wanted to find out more, but the Sandmaster remained silent and said the same thing as Old Kai. You have to keep a low profile during the day-night banquet. Remember, keeping a low profile is the way to go. But Sandmaster, you once said that a person needs to be bold. Boldness is the foundation for increasing battle force, Lu Yin answered seriously. The Sandmaster rolled his eyes. That depends on the time. Anyway, it's for your own good. Just do whatever that old man tells you. He won't harm you. Then tell me what happened, said Lin Feng. You don't need to know about the older generation. Remember, don't ever use money bombs. Soon. All right, that's enough. Let's go. Lu Yin had been chased away by the Sandmaster, but he was still unwilling to accept it. Old Kai's attitude had been too strange, and Lu Yin could not allow himself to be cheated without knowing why. More importantly, this was the Day-Night clan. Even if he had the backing of the pirate king Heizhlian, at most Heizhlian would seek revenge after his death. Chapter 409. Lu Yin would not normally expose himself to unpredictable dangers as this was not a training session. He was just attending a banquet, so there was no need to risk his life. Unfortunately, the Rain Master, Star Master and Trial Master did not mention anything. Lu Yin was already considering whether or not he should reveal Heizhlian's background when his gadget beeped. It was Lily N who had contacted him. Lu Yin was shocked. How had she managed to contact him while he was still in the academy? However, he quickly recovered. Lily N was also a student of the Astral Combat Academy, so she could naturally contact him. Hello, Miss N. Lu Yin greeted. Brother Lu, I hope I'm not disturbing you, Lily N replied. Not at all. What's the matter, Miss N? Lu Yin asked. It's nothing important. I just remembered that I haven't toured Frostwave Weave yet. Brother Lu is the uncrowned king of Frostwave Weave, so I hope that Brother Lu can take care of me when I visit Frostwave Weave. Miss N is too polite. I'm not some uncrowned king. Of course, if Miss N visits Frostwave Weave one day, I'll definitely be a good host. Just a good host? Aren't we friends? Or is Brother Lu looking down on a little girl from a small family in a small flow zone? Lillian sounded aggrieved. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, Of course not, I misspoke. If Miss N visits Frostwave Weave one day, I'll definitely be a good friend. Oh, I'm just kidding. Alright, it's settled then. See you in Frostwave Weave. See you in Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin hung up and muttered to himself. Lily N was the heir of Northline Flowzone's Lily family and an explorer, so there was no need for her to inform him of her trip to the Outerverse. Lu Yin thought back to her attitude when they had first met and how she had intentionally flattered him. Could it be related to Frostwave Weave? Otherwise, why would she suddenly contact him? Was there something in Frostwave Weave worth paying attention to? Lu Yin did not understand. Perhaps he was overthinking things. Lu Yin laughed. Ever since he had become the Great Yu Empire's royal regent, many things had become complicated. Perhaps she was just casually chatting to get closer to him. He didn't take the matter of Lily N to heart and rested in Astral 10 for another 2 days before heading to Astral 7, which was the closest to Astral 10. Over the past 2 days, Feng Shang and Quang Wang had both contacted him to ask about the Ocean of Death. Lu Yin and the rest of Astral 10 agreed that he had been forced out of the Ocean of Death just like everyone else. The two of them did not suspect anything as they had never believed that Lu Yin had anything to do with the 9 trial zones. Even the headmaster had not been able to find the reason. Although there was no result from crossing the Ocean of Death, the two still transferred the money to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's account at the Mavis Bank now had an additional 1.5 million star crystals. It was not much, but it was not little either. After all, the two of them were still students. Astral 7 was located in the erudite flow zone, and according to the coordinates, it would take a long time for a normal spacecraft to arrive. He didn't have that much time to waste, so he had no choice but to buy an Aurora spacecraft from the treasury before he left Astral 10. It was said that Astral 10 had kept the Aurora spacecraft for a very long time, and it had been upgraded to the Radiant grade. A normal single-person Aurora spacecraft cost more than 10,000 star crystals, but a Radiant grade spacecraft cost 100 times more than that. Cost 1 million star crystals. According to the market price, a Radiant grade spacecraft was not worth that much, but the market always paid attention to supply and demand. Radiant grade spacecraft were urgently needed everywhere, and the Aurora Spacecraft Company did not sell many Radiant grade spacecraft every year. In addition, many people were in urgent need of them, so the price had skyrocketed. Fortunately, Lu Yin could afford it. Although 1,000,000 star crystals was a painful price to pay, he had already obtained over 100 star essence, so it wasn't that painful. However, Old Kai's smug expression made Lu Yin unhappy. With a radiant-grade spacecraft, the time it would take to reach Astral 7 was reduced by 10 times, and it would only take him less than 10 days. He could afford to waste 10 days. This time Lu Yin did not wait like a normal person. He used his honor points to board the Northline Flow Zone's tributary ship and headed towards the Tempest Flow Zone. The Tempest Flow Zone was very strange, and it was rumored that there were strange storms that swept through the void. These storms would automatically avoid planets, but they would not avoid spacecraft or space-exploring powerhouses. Furthermore, these storms appeared without warning. Thus, it was very dangerous to fly in the Tempest Flow Zone, as very few people could survive once they were sucked into a storm. Even after countless years, the Tempest Flow Zone had not been able to find the cause of these storms. They had even invited an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands to investigate, but he had not been able to find anything. After that, many people from the Tempest Flow Zone had moved away, and only a few powers had remained. This caused the Tempest Flow Zone's overall strength to decline day by day. Even so, the Tempest Flow Zone's Feng family and the Fire Scorpion sect were still very powerful. Otherwise, they would not have been able to intimidate the Northline Flow Zone. The shortest path to Astral 7 was through the Tempest Flow Zone. Otherwise, it would take at least 10 days to go around the Tempest Flow Zone. Lu Yin's goal was to travel through the 10 astral academies, which was equivalent to traveling through the entire Innerverse. It would probably take him half a year to a year, so there was no time to waste. He still had to return to the Great Yu Empire. He did not know if it would be worth it to spend a year on stargazing deck. Fortunately, he would not waste a year, and he would be able to memorize more and more of the Stonewall scriptures. He would just treat it as a trip to broaden his horizons. There was also the Day-Night Clans banquet, which happened to be on his way. Every time he thought about the banquet, Lu Yin would feel slightly flustered. Old Kai's attitude was just too strange. The Tempest Flow Zone's sky was no different from the other regions. It was still dark, and only the stars emitted light that illuminated the darkness. Sometimes Lu Yin wondered if he would ever be able to reach the end of the universe. What was at the end of the universe? Was it a barrier? Was it chaos? Or was it an ocean? Then what was on the other side? Even the progenitor that the monkey had mentioned would not be able to answer this question. 7th bro, have we left Astral 10? The monkey woke up. He had fainted on the island at the end of the Ocean of Death, and he had only woken up now. Lu Yin grunted. How do you feel? My head hurts. The monkey sounded uncomfortable. 7th bro, do you still remember those words? Did you ask your mentors what they meant? Lu Yin shook his head. Right, have you translated the words from the centipede's body? No, we don't have the time. Also, I've been confused by those voices. Where are we? The monkey asked. The Tempest Flow Zone, Lu Yin casually replied. Where? The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin frowned. The Tempest Flow Zone. Why? Is there a problem again? Nonsense, why are you here? Don't you know how the Tempest Flow Zone got its name? Don't you know how dangerous it is? You'll definitely die if you get sucked into the storms. The monkey shouted. Lu Yin calmly replied, it's not that serious. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anyone left alive in this flow zone. The probability of those storms appearing is too low. Someone calculated that there's a 1 in a million chance of encountering them. 7th bro, do you know how high the probability of encountering a spacecraft is for a 1 in a million chance of encountering it? It's like looking at the Tempest Flow Zone from a high vantage point, and it's filled with storms. The monkey was speechless. Don't worry. The Feng family, the Fire Scorpion sect, and many other powers live here. That's because they know the pattern of the storms and know the safe routes. You barged in without knowing anything. Even a 1 in a million chance is considered low. How do you know that I don't know the pattern? Do I even need to say it? Do you? Well, the monkey was helpless. 7th bro, can't we do things more safely in the future? The universe is so big and anything can happen. Lu Yin was annoyed. Do you really think that I didn't do my homework before coming here? This route is the safest route to cross the Tempest Flow Zone. Bullshit. The information on the network is based on the experiences of ordinary people. The safest route is in the hands of those powers, so how could they possibly announce it? Do you know why no one has attacked the Tempest Flow Zone for so many years? Because of this, no one wants their own fleet to be swallowed by the storms as soon as they arrive. These storms threaten the safety of the Tempest Flow Zone, and they're also the greatest barrier against external attacks. That's why no one would announce the safest route, just like in the Cosmic Sea. Luin thought about it and agreed. Forget it. Since we're already here, let's just go with the flow. The monkey felt helpless. I feel like I'll be killed by you one day. Why are you so afraid of the Tempest Flow Zone's storms? Luin was puzzled. The monkey muttered to himself for a moment. An elder in my family was swallowed by a storm, and not even his corpse was left behind. That elder was an enlighter. Lu Yin's scalp went numb and he regretted it. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to another academy instead of taking such a risk. Right, if he didn't know anything, he could ask the local tyrant. Lu Yin immediately contacted Feng Shang. Brother Lu, what's the matter? Feng Shang appeared on his screen. Lu Yin replied, Brother Feng, can I ask if there's a safe route for me to cross the Tempest Flow Zone? Feng Shang was puzzled. Why are you going to the Tempest Flow Zone? I'm going to Astral 7. The fastest route is through the Tempest Flow Zone, Lu Yin answered. Feng Shang was even more puzzled. Why are you going to Astral 7? To exchange information, Lu Yin replied. Feng Shang was speechless. Which route are you taking now? Lu Yin showed his route to Feng Shang, who replied, Sure, no problem. As long as you don't deviate from the path, it's fine. Although this route isn't the safest, the chances of encountering a storm are much lower than the other routes. It won't be easy for you to encounter one. There's no safer route. Lu Yin looked forward to it. Feng Shang's expression turned serious. The Tempest Flow Zone's safe routes are equivalent to the secret passageways to break through the Tempest Flow Zone's fortresses. Do you think I can tell you that? Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Right, goodbye. Wait. Feng Shang looked at Lu Yin. You've been to Astral 7. Are you going to the other academies? How did you know? Lu Yin was puzzled. Feng Shang shrugged. I guessed. If you're going to Astral 8, remember to notify me in advance. You're going to welcome me? Lu Yin laughed. Feng Shang's expression turned serious. I'm going to leave in advance. Lu Yin was speechless and he ended the call. Chapter 410. 7th Bro, this Feng Shang isn't bad. He's an honest person, the monkey said. Lu Yin watched as his own spacecraft overtook the others one by one, and he was satisfied with his speed. However, when he thought about the black hole-grade Aurora, his mood soured. He still owed the Outerverse Youth Council a black hole-grade spacecraft. No, he owed Wendy Yushan. That spacecraft had been specially given to her by the council, but he had destroyed it. Forget it, Wendy Yushan is an explorer, so she shouldn't mind. Lu Yin comforted himself. After reciting the Stonewall scriptures for a while, Lu Yin fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, the monkey suddenly shouted in panic. Lu Yin was woken up by the noise. What's all that noise about? Look, those spacecraft are all heading back. The monkey shouted. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked ahead. Spacecraft after spacecraft swept past him and rushed back. Lu Yin felt that something was amiss, especially when he saw two single-person spacecraft crash into each other and explode. He decisively changed his route and headed back the way he had come. Spacecraft would plan their own routes in space, and when two spacecraft reached a certain distance, they would automatically switch routes. It was impossible for them to crash into each other. The only possibilities were that the spacecraft systems had malfunctioned, or that the pilots were too panicked and did not want to wait for the spacecraft to replan their routes. Thus, they had frantically chosen their own route. What's that? The monkey shouted in panic. Lu Yin looked up and his pupils shrank. He saw a gray torrent sweeping towards him at an extremely fast speed, swallowing up spacecraft after spacecraft. Every time it swallowed a spacecraft, the gray torrent would pause for a moment, but it would quickly sweep forward again. Lu Yin finally understood why those spacecraft had fled in such a panic. This was a storm, and that bastard Feng Shang had said that it was difficult to run into one. Run 7th bro. Lu Yin looked at the system and tried to replan his route, but the storm's force field had destroyed it. Lu Yin had no choice but to choose his own route and head back. Spacecraft after spacecraft were swallowed up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Radiant-grade spacecraft were not slow, and they were about the same speed as the storm. Lu Yin relaxed, as the storm would not last for too long. He should be able to escape. Careful. The monkey shouted. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and steered his spacecraft to the left. He had almost collided with another spacecraft, and he would have been finished if he had. He would have definitely been swallowed by the storm. At that moment, a small spacecraft beside him turned around and flew back. It was also a Radiant-grade spacecraft that was far more expensive than Lu Yin's single-person spacecraft, and its speed was about the same. At this moment, only the speed of Radiant-grade spaceships could escape the engulfment of the storm. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with star energy as he stared straight ahead, afraid that another spacecraft would crash into him. Suddenly he felt that the line to his right, which was the rune lines, was being strangely condensed. He turned around and saw a person standing on the small spacecraft. The person was coldly glaring at him with a palm that was ready to attack. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This wasn't good. This person wanted to use him to slow down the storm so that they could escape on their own. Based on the number of rune lines that had been condensed, this person was a cruiser, and not an ordinary one at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford a Radiant-grade spacecraft. 7th bro, be careful. The monkey shouted. Lu Yin released the monkey. You control the spacecraft. He then retrieved an item from his cosmic ring, which was the money bomb that he had bought from Old Kai. Since Old Kai wanted to send him to his death, then Lu Yin would not sit still and wait for his death. Old Kai, I hope that you're reliable. There were still a dozen people on the small spacecraft to the right. Captain, let's attack. We don't know how long this storm will last, and we might not be able to escape. At the top of the spacecraft, the cruiser's eyes were cold as he stared at Lu Yin. My apologies, but you can only blame your bad luck for blocking this calamity for us. He then attacked with his palm, and a giant palm print traversed the heavens and pressed down on Lu Yin's personal spacecraft. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What a powerful attack. Lu Yin's power level had to be over 80,000. He didn't even think about it as he pointed the unsealed side of the money bomb at the cruiser and poured star energy into it. The next moment, a ray of light shot out and instantly pierced through the cruiser's giant palm print before crashing into the cruiser's body. The cruiser had never imagined that a Lemeter would be able to unleash such an attack, and he had no intention of dodging. He lowered his head and saw that his abdomen had been pierced. He was dead without a doubt. How could this be? He was an existence who dared to challenge hunters above his realms. His true strength was enough to challenge powerhouses with a power level of over 10,000, but he had actually died at the hands of a Lemeter. The people in the small spacecraft were stunned as well. The captain had died just like that. Lu Yin hadn't expected the money bomb to be so tyrannical. A single ray of light had instantly killed a cruiser, and the cruiser hadn't even been able to defend himself. It was no wonder why Old Kai had said that it could instantly kill a hunter. This kind of destructive power was indeed enough to kill a normal hunter. 50 star essence was not expensive. The money bomb could only be fired once, and after that the metal sphere in the center would shatter, and the sealed jade bamboo would also dim. Lu Yin put the money bomb away and looked at the small spacecraft. The people in the small spacecraft also looked at him in shock. As for the dead captain, he had long since been swept into the storm. The two parties weren't too far apart, and Lu Yin could clearly see the resentful and venomous gazes of those people. However, those people quickly forgot about Lu Yin. The money bomb's attack had not only killed the cruiser, but it had also destroyed the small spacecraft's roof. The small spacecraft's roof kept shaking, and it didn't take long for it to shatter. The small spacecraft's speed also gradually decreased. Lu Yin didn't feel any sympathy for them. If that cruiser hadn't attacked him, he wouldn't have retaliated either. These people were willing to sacrifice others for his sake, and regardless of whether or not there was any enmity between them, they deserved to die. The small spacecraft gradually fell behind, and Lu Yin turned around and focused on operating the spacecraft. The monkey also fused into his arm. Suddenly the spacecraft trembled and Lu Yin looked up. Another person had appeared at the top of the spacecraft and it was a cruiser. This person was tightly clinging onto Lu Yin's spacecraft. A cruiser's speed couldn't compare to a Radiant-grade spacecraft, so if he wanted to escape he would have to rely on Lu Yin's spacecraft. Seventh bro, look. The storm's subsiding. The monkey shouted. Lu Yin turned around and sure enough the storm had shrunk. The small spacecraft was very lucky and hadn't been swallowed up yet. However, even if it hadn't been swallowed up, it still wouldn't be able to escape once the storm completely subsided. There was a loud boom as the cruiser slapped down from the top of the spacecraft, causing the spacecraft's speed to slow down slightly. Lu Yin was furious as this person had wanted to use his spacecraft as a scapegoat to buy time for the small spacecraft. Seventh bro, kill him. The monkey was furious as well. Lu Yin placed a single palm on the top of the spacecraft, and a dark golden glow appeared on his palm as he activated his battle force. 30 stacks exploded forth, and with the toughness of a Radiant-grade spacecraft, it could withstand a cruiser's attack. Lu Yin's 30 stacks passed through the vibrational force of the metal and slammed into the cruiser's body. The cruiser only felt a huge force assault him and he almost couldn't block it. His internal organs were in pain from the vibrations and he looked at the spacecraft in shock. A Lemmeter actually had the strength to injure a cruiser? There weren't many people in the universe who could do this, and this person could not be allowed to live. Through the personal spacecraft, Lu Yin and the cruiser clashed with each other with vibrational force. Gradually, the top of the spacecraft was unable to withstand the two cruisers' attacks, and cracks began to appear. Seventh bro, we can't keep fighting. The spacecraft can't take it, the monkey said. Lu Yin was helpless as his opponent wasn't easy to deal with. After all, this was a cruiser with a power level of over 50,000. The exchange between the two slowed down the spacecraft until it was now level with the small spacecraft, and it was gradually overtaken by the smaller spacecraft. The people in the small spacecraft heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Lu Yin's spacecraft was devoured, they would be able to buy a little more time, and that little bit of time would be enough for them to escape. The cruiser panted heavily as he leapt onto the small spacecraft's top. He looked at Lu Yin with an intense fear and lingering fear. A Lemmeter had been able to fight against a cruiser, and the cruiser could only think of a few famous people in the universe. Even if this person wasn't one of those people, he definitely had a great background and it was impossible for him to remain nameless. Such a person had to be killed or else there would be endless trouble in the future. Everything had happened too quickly, and Lu Yin had no time to use his multiple identities to threaten his opponent. Even if he did, it would be useless in this situation. It was either the cruiser died, and even if the 10 arbiters personally took revenge for him, that would be a matter for the future. Lu Yin's current identity could not save him. The cracks on the top of Lu Yin's spacecraft grew larger and larger, and its speed became even slower than the small spacecraft's. It's over, it's over. It's been devoured. It's over. My celestial ice phoenix clan, my harem, the monkey lamented. Lu Yin clenched his fists and looked at the approaching storm. He gritted his teeth and looked at the small spacecraft. He punched the top of the spacecraft and used the spacecraft's flash to close in on the small spacecraft. The people in the small spacecraft were disdainful as there was still a cruiser above them. The cruiser saw Lu Yin's attack and did not dare to be careless. He used his full strength. Under normal circumstances, even if Lu Yin could deal with this person, it would not have been so easy. After all, the difference in power level was too great. However, something appeared in Lu Yin's hand, progenitor Wuxiang's hide. The cruiser saw it and his mind exploded. He did not even have the chance to resist before he fainted. This was progenitor Wuxiang's power. Lu Yin's attack had not been intended to take these people down with him. He had only wanted to use the small spacecraft to escape, and he had also kicked the cruiser into the storm. He watched as the storm swallowed up the cruiser's spacecraft and the cruiser. The cruiser panted heavily as the storm grew smaller and smaller. He should have been able to escape. However, Lu Yin's money bomb's attack had caused too much damage to the small spacecraft. The top of the spacecraft had shattered, and the cruiser had been swallowed up by the storm along with the small spacecraft. In the blink of an eye, the universe fell silent, and the storm disappeared without a trace. Several days later in Astral 8, Feng Shang was in a daze as he read the news about the Tempest Flow Zone. When he saw the storm that had just passed by, he immediately contacted Lu Yin. The storm had passed not long after Lu Yin had contacted him. However, he was unable to contact Lu Yin. Chapter 411. Feng Shang put down his gadget and sighed. You can't be that unlucky, right? Brother Lu, you're really unlucky. Since ancient times, very few people who had been swallowed by a storm had ever returned alive. Of course, some had survived, but everyone's experiences were different. Some said that they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Some said that they had fallen into a sealed space. Some said that they had fallen into a forest. And some even said that they had fallen into a golden sea. When asked how they had returned, no one knew. It was as if their memories had been erased. Gradually, however, many people discovered a common point. Anyone who could return alive was a good person. It was impossible to determine the definition of a good person, but anyone who could return alive from a storm was kind-hearted, and almost none of them had killed anyone before. Not all good people could return alive, but those who did were all good people. Lu Yin did not define himself as a good person, so he had done everything he could to escape the storm, but he had still been swallowed in the end. When he woke up, all he could see was a forest, but it was not a tall forest. Instead, it was a forest of short trees that were about 2 meters tall. He had never seen such a forest before, and he rubbed his head. He had been too careless. Ever since he had become famous throughout the universe, he had stopped being cautious. Based on his previous personality, he would not have taken this path even if there was a 1 in a billion chance of encountering a storm. Thankfully, he had not died. He looked around again, but it was still silent. He looked up and saw a bright light in the distance. He did not know if he was looking at the sky or the universe, but it was too bright and golden. The golden light in the distance extended all the way to the sky above the forest. Lu Yin stood up and called out to the monkey, but there was no response. The damned monkey had gone silent again. Its defenses were too weak. Lu Yin tried to fly, but he found that he could not do so. He would be pressed down by an unknown pressure when he was half a meter above the ground. He could not fly in this area. The forest was 3 meters tall, which meant that he could not exceed its height. Then, did this mean that the forest could not grow because of this pressure? Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the distance. Lu Yin turned around and thought for a moment before slowly approaching. No matter what, he had to find the person first. He remembered that he had been swallowed by a storm and should have died. Where was this place? Not long after, the trees in front of him swayed and a large area was pushed to the side. A man appeared in front of him in a panic, and the two looked at each other. The man was delighted to see Lu Yin and pointed behind him. There's a ghost. Lu Yin's hair stood on end. Ghost? Are you sure? The man nodded and looked back one more time before hurriedly running past Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around and his expression changed. Was this a war spirit? A war spirit, a war spirit. There was no mistaking it. It was a war spirit. If there were war spirits here, could this be a trial zone of the Astral Combat Academy? That was impossible. That man was clearly a middle-aged man, so it was impossible for him to have entered the trial zones. Furthermore, he was only a seeker and had not even started cultivating. He couldn't even enter the Astral Combat Academy's main gate. Since it wasn't a trial zone, where was this place? Why was there a fighting soul? The war spirit only had the strength of a sentinel, and with a wave of his hand, it turned into rune lines and disappeared. The man was stunned when he saw this scene from a short distance away. He stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. You killed a ghost? It's not a ghost. Alright, tell me, where is this place? The man panicked. Within the storm. Lu Yin frowned. Within the storm? There's a forest? The man shook his head, his face pale. I don't know. In any case, I was swallowed by the storm and woke up in this damned place. There's nothing here besides ghosts. He then looked at the cosmic ring on Lu Yin's finger and asked expectantly, Can you give me something to eat? There's really nothing here. I've been starving for days. Lu Yin nodded, but just as he was about to give the man something, an overwhelming pressure pressed down on him. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he subconsciously retracted his aura using the invisible aura technique before using his domain to blend into the environment. The man was crushed into a puddle of blood by this pressure. Lu Yin did not allow himself to make a single sound as he stood in place. Not too far away, A war spirit swept past without stopping. Lu Yin did not dare to look as this pressure clearly surpassed that of a hunter. A hunter war spirit. This was definitely not a trial zone. Was this the inside of the storm? The formation of a war spirit came from rune lines, so did this place have something to do with the rune ancestor? Lu Yin sighed as he looked at the puddle of blood on the ground. If there was even a hunter war spirit here, then there might be even more powerful ones. He was in danger, so he had to be careful. With that in mind, he walked in the direction of the dazzling golden light. He did not know how large this forest was and he could not see the end of it. Lu Yin walked through the forest for 2 days and he encountered quite a few war spirits along the way. Some were strong, some were weak, but fortunately there were not many that could pose a threat to him and he managed to evade them all. However, he did not see a single living person. With the speed of the storm, hunters might be able to escape, but cruisers would not. Thus, it was rare for a hunter or above to be swallowed up by the storm, and even if there were, it would be an accident. Lu Yin also saw quite a few spacecraft in the forest, both large and small. One of the larger spacecraft had just been killed not too long ago, and fresh blood had stained the floor and flowed into the forest. The biggest difference between this place and the trial zones was that the victims were truly dead, unlike the trial zones where they simply vanished. Lu Yin casually destroyed a war spirit and then looked at the corpse on the ground. This person was only a melder who had died not too long ago, so a corpse did not pique Lu Yin's interest. What he was interested in was that this person was actually one of the people who had been on the small spacecraft. Lu Yin remembered that their clothes were very unique, and they had probably been custom-made for a group. Since this person had appeared here, it meant that the others on the small spacecraft were not too far away. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If not for those 2 cruisers, he would not have ended up here. He had to get his revenge. Anyone who had fallen into this forest would probably head in the direction of the golden light, and Lu Yin believed that those people were no exception. The further he went in the direction of the golden light, the more war spirits he encountered. Unfortunately, he still did not see a single living person. Along the way, Lu Yin destroyed at least 20 war spirits, which was something that he could accomplish with his power level that rivaled a cruiser's. However, most people would not be able to do so and death was a common occurrence. Not long after, Lu Yin saw smoke rising from a kitchen, but it was quickly blown away. His eyes lit up. There was someone there. He immediately rushed over. In the distance, a large swath of trees had been cut down, revealing an empty space where a dozen people were gathered. Are you looking to die? There are so many ghosts here. What if they're attracted here? Someone shouted in a low voice. Around him, the others glared at a young man. The young man was terrified. I'm sorry. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and move just in case, someone else suggested. The person beside him was dissatisfied. It wasn't easy for us to create an empty space and now we have to leave? Then you stay behind and deal with those ghosts. 2 people go to the spacecraft and bring the supplies out. Who knows how long it'll take to get out of this damned place. I heard that very few people are able to make it out of the storm alive, and those who do are all good people. Bullshit, are there still good people in the universe? Don't be naive. Soon enough, the dozen or so people left the empty space. After they left, several war spirits appeared. They had made a wise decision to leave, but their luck was not good. They had not even left a kilometer when they met a cruiser war spirit head-on. The dozen or so people turned pale with fright and they subconsciously split up to escape. However, against a cruiser war spirit, these people could not escape at all. Just as the war spirit was about to kill them, 2 figures rushed out from 2 different directions and attacked the war spirit. Bang! Bang! 2 loud sounds rang out as the war spirit was destroyed. The 2 figures retreated a few meters and stared ahead. Lu Yin looked at the person who had attacked the cruiser war spirit with him, and his expression changed. When the person saw Lu Yin, his expression changed as well. He was the cruiser who had been knocked unconscious by Lu Yin with progenitor Wuxiang's hide and thrown into the storm. When he saw Lu Yin, the person became excited and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Great, I never thought that I would run into you here. The heavens have allowed me to take revenge for my brother. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and his killing intent surged. You tried in vain to make someone else die in your place. Whether it's you or your brother, both of you deserve to die. You're the one who's going to die now. The cruiser shouted and his body transformed to become as sturdy as a rock. Lu Ying was shocked. It was actually an innate gift, and this person had actually been hiding his strength. Lu Ying did not plan on fighting against a cruiser with an innate gift. Progenitor Wuxiang's hide appeared in his palm once more, as this was his true trump card. Suddenly an overwhelming pressure swept over them, and Lu Ying and the cruiser looked at each other in shock. It was actually a hunter war spirit, and the two of them charged towards the golden light without hesitation. All of their personal grudges had been thrown to the back of their minds. Lu Ying had hoped to use his invisible aura technique to hide, but he knew that the cruiser would not let him escape so easily. He had no choice but to flee together. The pressure increased and Lu Ying felt a chill run down his back. He could already feel the war spirit's aura and more rune lines were condensing. The war spirit was about to attack. He gritted his teeth and gripped progenitor Wuxiang's hide tightly. He hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should throw it out. But before he could think further, the hunter war spirit changed directions and chased after the cruiser. Lu Ying was stunned. It hadn't attacked him? What was the reason? Could it be because of progenitor Wuxiang's hide? According to the monkey, progenitor Wuxiang and the symbol progenitor were both progenitors. Perhaps at that level the power left behind by both parties could sense each other, which was why Lu Ying had been able to avoid being killed. No matter what the reason was, Lu Ying relaxed. As long as the war spirit had not attacked him, everything was fine. The cruiser sensed the war spirit chasing after him and his soul almost left his body. He did not have the ability to challenge a hunter like his elder brother, so he immediately sped up and fled. Lu Ying's eyes flickered, but he did not move too far away. Instead he kept a distance between the cruiser and the war spirit. In the forest, a terrifying aura swept out, causing many trees to collapse. At the very front, a cruiser was fleeing for his life while a war spirit chased after him. Even further behind was Lu Ying. This region of space was abnormally sturdy, and it was impossible to tear through the void to move. Thus all three parties were moving at roughly the same speed. Above their heads the golden light grew more and more dazzling. Chapter 4:12. Lu Ying stared into the distance with a shocked expression. Through his transformed eyes, he could see an indescribable amount of rune lines condensing in the distance. The amount of rune lines that had been condensed was enough to pierce through the horizon, far surpassing the amount that had been condensed in the ocean of death. What was this thing that could condense so many rune lines? Compared to a hunter's rune lines, the amount of rune lines condensed in the distance seemed endless. Lu Ying suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his eyes, and 2 streams of blood flowed down his cheeks. He hurriedly lowered his head and wiped his eyes. No, he couldn't look anymore. He quickly withdrew the star energy from his eyes. He looked up again, but this time he didn't see rune lines. Instead he saw a mountain that towered in the distance and blocked part of the golden light. The mountain's shadow was reflected by the golden light, and it seemed to divide the forest into 2. The 3 of them chased each other through this shadow. Lu Ying couldn't imagine what was in the distance and he couldn't even see it. It was definitely an incomparably terrifying accumulation of power, and its power level was definitely in the hundreds of thousands. After some more time the cruiser was gradually caught up. The hunter's war spirit tried to test the waters, but the cruiser ended up spitting out blood. The cruiser saw Lu Ying, who was right behind them, and he bellowed in anger. Lu Ying immediately stopped. With the hunter's war spirit in front of him, he didn't care how angry the cruiser was. The cruiser had no choice but to continue fleeing. However, since he had been caught up, his chances of escaping were slim. He pushed aside the forest in front of him and leaped up. When he looked up again, the scenery around him had changed. He was no longer in the forest, but in front of him was a golden sea. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at the golden sea. Behind him, a terrifying force attacked, and the cruiser's body turned to stone. He turned around and raised his arms in front of him, but there was a thump as he was sent flying by the war spirit. He crashed into the white beach and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked up in fear, but he found that the war spirit was no longer chasing after him. Instead, it was standing at the edge of the forest, facing him from a distance. The cruiser was ecstatic, as this thing was afraid of the golden sea and didn't dare to approach it. Lu Yin noticed this as well, and he brushed past the war spirit to appear on the white beach. He looked into the distance at the boundless golden ocean and the towering mountain that stood on top of it. This mountain was the culprit that had caused his eyes to bleed, and it was definitely not an ordinary mountain. It had rune lines that could possibly reach a power level in the hundreds of thousands. Cough cough. Lu Yin turned around. The cruiser stood up with great difficulty and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Lu Yin coldly. Why didn't that thing attack you? Do you know how to get out? Lu Yin's lips curled up as he slowly approached the man. If I were you, I wouldn't be thinking about how to get out. Instead, I would be thinking about how to survive. The cruiser laughed as he retrieved something from his cosmic ring and swallowed it. Do you think that I won't be able to beat you just because I'm injured? You're underestimating cruisers. Cruiser was cruiser but cruiser. Cruiser too. But. Too. Across from him, the cruiser stared at Lu Yin. He was well aware of his own injuries, and even with Shamrock Enterprises' special medicines, they would not be easily healed. Furthermore, the person in front of him was not weak at all, and he was an absolute monster amongst Lemeters. More importantly, the cruiser had not forgotten that he had been mysteriously knocked unconscious in outer space. This person had a strange weapon. He thought about it for a moment and then closed his eyes. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat and he smiled bitterly. Sure enough, the cruiser was on guard. Neither of them immediately attacked. To Lu Yin, it would not be wise for both of them to suffer in such an uneasy environment. Seventh bro, where are we? The monkey suddenly asked, startling Lu Yin. He was in the middle of a confrontation with the cruiser. On the white beach, neither Lu Yin nor the cruiser spoke. Instead, it was the monkey who rejoiced and said something about not dying this time and how lucky they were. Lu Yin could not shield his right hand as he was on guard against the cruiser. We were wrong in space, but you killed my brother. How about we write off our debt? The cruiser was the first to speak. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. It's just that in an environment like this, neither side will benefit. I've been in space for many years and I have more experience than you. It's best if you listen to me. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before replying, all right. The cruiser opened his eyes. Of course, he did not dare to look directly at Lu Yin in fear of being ambushed by progenitor Wuxiang's hide. We're inside the storm and it must have moved us to a hidden space. It's almost impossible for us to leave. What? In the storm? Hidden space. Seventh bro, you haven't escaped yet. The monkey wailed. Lu Yin was annoyed and he blocked the star energy in his right hand. Rumor has it that people have made it out alive. Those people's memories have all disappeared, the cruiser replied. Lu Yin looked at the golden ocean and realized that any ruin related to rune technology would have an ocean, such as the ocean of death and the golden ocean. The cruiser glanced at Lu Yin. He wanted to know why he had not been attacked by that thing, but he knew that it would be pointless to ask. He needed to heal first and then deal with this person after he recovered. Lu Yin pointed at the tall mountain in the middle of the golden ocean. Say, do you think we'll be able to leave if we climb up there? The cruiser nodded. That's possible. The two did not speak further. The cruiser just wanted to quickly heal while Lu Yin walked to the side of the forest and broke off a tree branch. He then walked to the side of the golden ocean and used the branch to test the water. The cruiser watched the scene unfold. The branch touched the water but nothing happened. Lu Yin hesitated for a moment and then shot star energy from his fingertip into the ocean. Aside from some ripples, nothing else happened. It should be normal seawater, the cruiser said, hoping that Lu Yin would personally experience the water. Lu Yin was not fooled. Yes, it's just normal seawater, but there's a golden light. Perhaps there's a great treasure beneath this ocean. The cruiser's eyes lit up as it was not impossible. He looked up at the sky and saw that the golden light covered the sky and even dyed the ocean golden. He would not believe that there was no great treasure. He did not wait for Lu Yin to act and personally tested the water. His finger touched the surface of the water, and although it was cold to the touch, it did not harm his body. He was delighted as it really was normal seawater. This meant that there really was a great treasure at the bottom of the ocean. He excitedly looked into the distance. Could this be a blessing in disguise? However, the man's face quickly turned gloomy as he wasn't the only one here. He glanced over at Lu Yin, who was staring at the mountain in a daze. "Why do you keep staring at that mountain?" he asked, puzzled. Lu Yin replied, "The great treasure might be hidden there. The golden light is clearly coming from the other side of the mountain," the cruiser said. Lu Yin thought about it and then nodded. "That's true." He then turned his back to the cruiser and looked in the other direction. The cruiser's eyes twitched and his fingers curled. He wanted to launch a sneak attack, but after some thought he decided against it. He would wait until his injuries were better before attacking. He would not allow Lu Yin to live, as this person had killed his brother. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, but he turned around and sat down cross-legged. "Let's rest for a bit." There was no night in this space, and it was always enveloped in golden light. Lu Yin looked at his gadget. It had definitely been affected by this space, as it had stopped working. He silently calculated the time. It had been 5 days since he had entered this place, and he had stayed on the beach for more than a day. That cruiser had not done anything to him this entire time. Lu Yin gradually relaxed his vigilance and stared at the golden ocean in a daze. "Do you have anything to eat?" the cruiser suddenly asked as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shook his head. The cruiser replied, "I'm going to the forest to see if there are any spacecraft wreckages. What about you?" Lu Yin replied, "You and I don't trust each other, so it's not a good thing for us to be together." The cruiser replied, "This place is very strange, so it's best if we work together." "How do you want to work together?" Lu Yin was surprised. The cruiser's eyes narrowed. "We'll take turns looking for food and exploring the ocean." Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before nodding. "All right. To show my sincerity, I'll go look for food first. Don't worry, I won't hide once I find it. I'm still hoping that we can find the great treasure together and leave this damned place." The cruiser then walked into the forest. Lu Yin calmly looked at the mountain and fell into deep thought once more. A long time passed, but the cruiser still did not return. Lu Yin relaxed and closed his eyes to rest. In the forest 1,000 meters away from Lu Yin, the cruiser opened his eyes and stared at Lu Yin's back. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time and had not left. He had been waiting for the moment when Lu Yin relaxed before launching a sneak attack. Rather than working together, it would be safer to capture this person and use him as a scapegoat. The cruiser did not use any star energy as he was afraid that Lu Yin would sense his presence. He gripped a tree branch tightly and charged out of the forest, thrusting the branch towards Lu Yin's back. With his physical strength as a cruiser, even if he did not use any star energy, a full-strength attack was enough to instantly kill an ordinary explorer. Although this person was freakish, the cruiser did not believe that this person's defense could surpass an explorer's. The cruiser stabbed the branch towards Lu Yin, and by the time Lu Yin reacted, the branch had already pierced his back. However, the expected blood did not spurt out. The cruiser only felt a rebounding force snap the branch and almost injure his hand. He stared at Lu Yin's back in disbelief. How could his physical body be so powerful? This person's physical strength was no weaker than an ordinary cruiser's. Before the cruiser could react, Lu Yin's back was ripped apart, revealing progenitor Wuxiang's hide. The cruiser's eyes stared straight at progenitor Wuxiang's hide, and his mind went blank. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground with a deathly pale face. Lu Yin slowly stood up and looked back at the cruiser. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." These were the last words the cruiser heard before he regained consciousness. How could Lu Yin relax when facing an enemy? He had the monkey use his innate gift of shadows to hide progenitor Wuxiang's hide on his back, waiting for the cruiser to launch a sneak attack. The cruiser was on guard against progenitor Wuxiang's hide, and he would not open his eyes in a direct confrontation. Lu Yin would only have a chance of succeeding if he allowed the cruiser to launch a sneak attack from behind. The results were as expected, and the cruiser launched a sneak attack on Lu Yin's back and was stunned by progenitor Wuxiang's hide. Chapter 413. "Seventh bro, you're amazing," the monkey shouted in admiration. Lu Yin put away progenitor Wuxiang's hide and coughed. The tree branch had not been easy to defend against and he had been injured as well. He took off the man's cosmic ring, cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood into it. He opened the ring and poured out a large pile of items. This cosmic ring was not as big as the one that Northgate Lai had given Lu Yin, but it was not small either. There were many things inside, including 10 bottles of Shamrock Enterprises special medicine, as well as some unknown medicines, weapons, star crystals, and even star essence. Lu Yin was shocked. This person's wealth was not small. His brother's strength was not simple, and so was this person's. These two were elites among cruisers, so they should have some sort of background. However, that was not important since everything belonged to him now. Lu Yin looked through the items and found that the most attractive were the star crystals and star essence. There were 220,000 star crystals, which was not a lot, and 10 star essence, which was equivalent to 1,000,000 star crystals. Not bad, not bad. It was enough for his use. After drinking a bottle of Shamrock Enterprises special medicine, Lu Yin immediately felt much better. There were also 3 Mavis bank cards, a chip, and a bunch of other things that he did not understand. To these people who wandered the universe, the most important things were resources and medicine, as well as battle techniques. This group had been led by this person's brother, so the most important things must have been with him. What a pity. Still, it was not bad to have obtained these things. The wealth of a cruiser allowed Lu Yin to temporarily escape from his poverty problems. Although he did not have much money, he could at least buy another Radiant-grade spacecraft. Lu Yin was depressed that every spacecraft he bought did not have a good ending. 7th bro, what should we do with this guy? The monkey asked through gritted teeth. If not for this person, they would not have fallen to such a state, and they did not even know if they could leave this place. Lu Yin crouched down and pressed a hand against the man's abdomen, mercilessly using 30 stacks. There was a boom, and the white beach shook as the man was sent crashing into the sand. He spat out a mouthful of blood and opened his eyes. He had been awakened. When he opened his eyes, the man felt an unbearable pain in his abdomen. His organs felt like they had been destroyed, and his injuries were much worse than before. Lu Yin stood on the beach and looked down with a cold gaze. I didn't do it on purpose, I just wanted to test your vigilance. After all, we have to work together, and I can't work with someone who isn't vigilant. Lu Yin was disdainful. You tested it? The man panted heavily and exhaled. I've tested it. Let's work together happily. Lu Yin laughed. Of course, I'll be happy working with you. At the very least, I'll be happy. Then, under the man's panicked gaze, Lu Yin transformed the star energy at his fingertips into threads that wrapped around the man and tossed him into the golden sea as if he were fishing. No. Let me go. I beg you, I'll give you resources, battle skills, and weapons. Please let me go. The man's words were drowned out by the seawater. 7th bro, this guy is really shameless, the monkey mocked. Lu Yin's fingertips swayed, and the man in the water trembled in fear. Although the water was normal, he didn't know if there was anything else here. Humans were always afraid of the unknown, and he was swung around like a swing by Lu Yin. It took him a while before he was finally pulled onto the shore. The man spat out another mouthful of blood, and his entire body was drenched as he lay on the beach. Lu Yin saw that the man was unharmed and muttered, "It looks like the beach is safe, but I don't know if the deeper areas are safe or if there are any terrifying creatures." The man's face paled when he heard this, and his fear grew. Coupled with his heavy injuries, his eyes rolled back and he fainted again. 7th bro, you used him as bait to test the waters? The monkey asked. Lu Yin grunted. This space is too strange and I didn't dare take the risk. You're too cruel, the monkey grumbled. Lu Yin was annoyed. No, he'll use you. Pick one. 7th bro, I think that you're too smart. Why didn't I think of using this guy as bait? I should learn from 7th bro and improve every day, the monkey immediately flattered. Lu Yin casually fed a bottle of medicine to the cruiser, as he was afraid that the man would die. If he did, it would be troublesome and it would be difficult to find another cruiser as bait. This person had a grudge against Lu Yin, which was why Lu Yin could use such methods without any hesitation. If it had been anyone else, Lu Yin might not have been able to do so, even though he admitted that he was not a good person. After resting for a while, Lu Yin woke the man up again and tossed him into the sea once more. This time he began his grand career of fishing. Lu Yin admitted that this was not his first time fishing. For example, he had fished on the Astral River Arc before, but he had always been afraid that he would catch a monster. This time was no different. The sea and the mountain were indescribably terrifying to him. The number of rune lines was equivalent to the influence that the objects themselves had on the universe. The sea and the mountain had condensed far too many rune lines, to the point that Lu Yin's scalp went numb. He did not dare to approach the mountain at all. Lu Yin circled the white beach and used the cruiser as bait as he walked into the distance, hoping to see if there was an exit. 2 days later, Lu Yin casually tossed the cruiser into the sea once more. The cruiser's initial fear had now grown numb and he wished that he could just die. At least he would not have to suffer. It looks like either the coastal waters are safe or the sea itself is safe. You're very lucky, Lu Yin commented. Not far from him was the cruiser who had just been struck by Lu Yin's palm. The cruiser coughed up blood and glared at Lu Yin. Kill me. Kill me if you can. Lu Yin's lips curled up. You don't need to provoke me. You don't want to die or you can kill yourself. I won't stop you. The cruiser clenched his fists and his body trembled, though it was unclear whether it was from anger or fear. All right, let's continue fishing, Lu Yin shouted and tossed the man into the sea once more. Another day later, Lu Yin looked back at the path he had taken. Sure enough, he had deviated from the path. From the moment he had used the cruiser to test the sea, he had walked along the beach in a straight line. After walking for 3 days, he had deviated towards the forest and was now slightly further away from the sea. This slight difference meant that the path was curved, which meant that this sealed space was circular, regardless of whether it was the Golden Sea or the forest. Of course, this was just a guess. Perhaps the sea itself was slanted, but Lu Yin believed in his own conjecture. After deducting the angle of deviation from the path, the possibility of this place being circular was very high. If it was circular, then Lu Yin calculated again. With his current speed, it would take him at least half a year to complete a full circle, which was too long. He turned to look at the tall mountain in the middle of the sea, as that was the only place where there could be a variable. He did not want to be trapped in this sealed space forever. Even if approaching the mountain was dangerous, it was still better than being trapped here for the rest of his life. Monkey, did you manage to translate the text? Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and asked. The monkey bitterly replied, I've recalled all the autobiographies and written records that I've read, but I only managed to translate one word, hate. Hate? Hate who? Lu Yin was curious. I already said that I only managed to translate one word. There are 11 words in this sentence and the word, hate, takes up 4 of them. Being torn apart by 5 spears is indeed quite hateful, Lu Yin muttered. All right, continue translating. He then looked at the bound cruiser maliciously. At this moment the man was still numb and his entire body was drenched in sweat. The resentment in his eyes towards Lu Yin grew deeper and deeper. When he sensed Lu Yin's gaze on him, the man's heart sank and he subconsciously wanted to jump into the sea. Lu Yin gently tugged on the star energy rope. Don't be in such a hurry to jump, brother. We've worked hard to explore the coastal waters over the past few days, so we need to set our sights further. The man's scalp went numb and the resentment in his eyes was replaced by fear. What are you trying to do? Lu Yin grinned and casually tossed the man into the sea. The star energy rope at his fingertips continuously extended, and the man was flung into the depths of the sea. His face was deathly pale as the depths of the sea were a completely new area for him. It was filled with the unknown and terror, and he recalled the terror of being thrown into the sea for the first time. He couldn't help but shout for help, but it was useless. Lu Yin had already made up his mind to explore the mountain. He felt that he might be able to leave the mountain by climbing it. Plop. The man was thrown into the sea more than 10 kilometers away, a distance that ordinary people couldn't see. Only cultivators could, but Lu Yin could see even further. With the man's current injuries, Lu Yin couldn't weaken his star energy if he wanted to ensure that he could subdue him. This distance was already his limit. Any further and the man would be able to break free from Lu Yin's star energy bindings and escape. Lu Yin stood on the beach and waited nervously. An hour later he suddenly pulled on his star energy and dragged the man back to the shore, where he landed heavily on the beach and panted heavily. It seems like there's nothing in this sea, Lu Yin muttered to himself. The man glared at Lu Yin viciously before looking towards the mountain, his thoughts unknown. After several days of exploration, Lu Yin finally decided to go deeper into the sea. He felt that it was safe. 7th bro, be careful. This place is very strange. Let's explore for a while longer, the monkey advised. Lu Yin shook his head. I can only control this person to a maximum of 10 kilometers. Any further and he'll run away. If we want to explore further, we'll have to go deeper into the sea. The monkey knew that Lu Yin was right. He didn't want to be trapped here forever. Lu Yin walked on the Golden Sea and didn't plan on going in circles. He headed straight for the mountain. From the beach to the mountain, he estimated that it wouldn't be too far. Every once in a while he would use the man as bait and explore for half a day. Only after confirming that it was absolutely safe would he continue. After repeating this process for several hundred kilometers, the mountain was very close. He estimated that he would only need to explore it a few more times. Plop. The man was thrown into the sea for the umpteenth time, but he was sure that there was nothing in the sea and that it was very safe. His fear gradually disappeared and his thoughts cleared. Through the water he saw Lu Yin cautiously scanning his surroundings. He suddenly used his innate gift and forcefully broke free from the star energy bindings, rushing towards the other side. Chapter 4:14. Lu Yin felt his star energy break free and he quickly acted, but it was too late. He had underestimated a cruiser's recovery ability. Although he would occasionally leave injuries on the man's body, the man had still recovered enough to break free of Lu Yin's star energy. He had just been holding back, waiting until he was confident that he could break free before acting since the mountain wasn't too far away. Lu Yin watched helplessly as the man slipped away like a fish and sighed. Forget it, if the bait was gone then so be it. He looked up at the mountain in front of him. That was where he should go. Cultivation was always accompanied by danger, and it was unavoidable. Lu Yin glanced at his right arm. There was still a bait there. "Seventh bro, you're so cool," the monkey suddenly spoke up, his tone full of flattery. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. This damn monkey was too shrewd. He couldn't stay here any longer, so he headed towards the mountain. In the distance, the cruiser hid in the sea and watched Lu Yin head towards the mountain. He relaxed as his gamble had paid off. This person couldn't possibly chase after him in the unfathomable depths of the sea. The only way out of this space was that mountain, so he had to follow it and use himself as bait. This time it's the other way around. I'm going to use you as bait. The closer he got to the mountain, the more he could feel the restrained aura. Lu Yin didn't know how to describe it. It was domineering, fierce, and unparalleled. He could think of many words to describe it, but he had never encountered this aura before. The mountain was cylindrical and plunged straight into the sea. Lu Yin arrived at the side of the mountain and looked up, but he couldn't see the top. He raised a hand and touched the mountain wall, but it was extremely hard. He used a bit of strength, but he couldn't break through it. Even with his strength he couldn't break through the wall, so one could only imagine how hard it was. Endless rune lines condensed into a mountain, but what exactly was this mountain? Lu Yin's eyes blazed as he began to climb, as he couldn't fly here. "Seventh bro, do you think this mountain is safe?" the monkey asked nervously. Lu Yin shook his head. "I don't know, but regardless of whether it's safe or not, we have to climb. This is the only path." As Lu Yin climbed, the cruiser gradually floated up from the bottom of the sea. He maintained a certain distance from Lu Yin as he believed that this distance was safe. "Seventh bro, that guy's close to the mountain," the monkey said. Lu Yin grunted. "Wait until he starts to climb up, then grab him and use him as bait." "Alright." The monkey was excited, but he was also a little scared. He had almost been used as bait by Seventh bro. He had to catch this bastard, as he could only be the bait. As he watched Lu Yin climb higher and higher, the man's gaze turned cold. He grabbed onto the stone wall with both hands and began to climb. Suddenly the man's pupils constricted. His eyes were filled with boundless fear. His body was disappearing. "777th bro, look below," the monkey shouted. Lu Yin lowered his head, his expression changing drastically. "What's going on? What did he do?" "I didn't do anything. I just bumped into a mountain," the monkey shouted in fear as he was terrified. Lu Yin's scalp went numb as he stared down. At the very bottom, the cruiser had completely vanished from this space. His entire body was disappearing bit by bit as if he had never existed. This scene was extremely horrifying. Seeing one's own body disappear, anyone would feel despair. The cruiser had never thought that he would die in such a manner. Although his death was painless, the despair and fear in his heart surpassed anything else. It wasn't just the man. Lu Yin was terrified as well. The mountain wall that his hand had touched made him feel like he was approaching hell. He understood that the man's existence had been negated. This was the rune technology's battle style. They directly negated the enemy's existence in the universe and completely eliminated them. This was a rather strange and terrifying method of attack. A living person, and a cruiser at that, had just vanished without a trace. He had only touched the mountain wall. This was a mountain, and no one would think that it had any offensive capabilities. Furthermore, it was so strange that it overturned the common sense of the world. Seventh bro, I think we should leave. The monkey was panicking. He had almost touched the mountain wall with his shadow, and now that he thought about it, he was scared. He had almost died as well. Lu Yin nodded. The icy mountain wall was like his icy heart, and he couldn't wait to let go. It was like he was holding on to a bomb that could explode at any moment. He felt like he was walking on the edge of a cliff, and he believed that he would never forget this feeling for the rest of his life. Lu Yin let go of the mountain wall and planned to jump into the sea, but the next moment his face paled as his clothes disappeared. He subconsciously grabbed onto the mountain wall again, and the disappearing process stopped. Seventh bro, what's going on? The monkey was horrified. Lu Yin didn't know either. I can't leave. If I do, I'll disappear as well. No way, it's the opposite. That guy disappeared when he touched the mountain wall, but you can't leave it. What the hell is this? Try again. You can't die here. The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin frowned and let go of the mountain wall with one hand. It was fine, but he slowly let go of his other hand as well. His clothes started to disappear again, and he quickly grabbed onto the mountain wall with both hands. I can't let go of both hands at the same time. Monkey, it looks like we have to climb up or die. The monkey wailed. I've roamed the astral beast domain for so many years, and I've been to countless strange places. I've read all sorts of biographies of famous people, and I've even experienced the great tomb of the envoys. I've never heard of a mountain that can make someone disappear, and I never thought that it would be in a place like this. My dear sister Feng Jiu, my celestial ice phoenix harem. Seventh bro, it's all your fault. Lu Yin was helpless. Alright, instead of wasting time, why don't you think of a way to help me climb up? The exit might be at the top. I hope so, seventh bro. Whether or not we survive will depend on fate, the monkey said listlessly. Lu Yin took a deep breath, and his gaze became resolute. Since he was going to climb, he would do his best. He did not believe that he would really die here. Lu Yin did not know how tall this mountain was, but he knew that he could not see the top. He could only climb, and there was no way back. Gradually, he could no longer see the surface of the sea, and he could only look upwards. 1 hour, 2 hours. 1 day, 2 days. Lu Yin climbed for 5 days, and when he grew tired he would stop to rest and chat with the monkey for a bit before continuing. The scenery in this space was always monotonous, and the higher he climbed the more he could see into the distance. He saw the forest, the white beach, and the occasional black dot that was either a person or a war spirit. The people in the forest definitely could not see Lu Yin, and they would never expect that there was someone climbing up the mountain. While Lu Yin was working hard to climb, the Great Yu Empire's war to reclaim Frostwave Weave was nearing its end. The captains of the Great Yu Empire's 13 imperial squadrons were all cruisers, and there were very few people in Frostwave Weave who could compare to them. When Undying Yushan had been in power, he had already formulated a strategy to unify Frostwave Weave. As long as there were no other powers holding them back, it would be too easy for the Great Yu Empire to unify Frostwave Weave. Unifying Frostwave Weave depended on military might, while governance depended on stability and the economy. The Great Yu Empire's economy was in a slump, and even though they had the support of Innerverse powers like Watermoon Villa, the threat was too great. The surrounding weaves all tacitly placed a blockade on Frostwave Weave's economy, preventing it from recovering. Even if they managed to unify the entire weave, they would still decline due to economic collapse. Xianxia and the others had been trying to contact Lu Yin over the past few days, hoping that he would take charge, but they could not reach him. Wendy Yushan had even gone into seclusion to cultivate the Yu secret art. With no other choice, the Great Yu Empire could only slow down their progress in reclaiming Frostwave Weave while simultaneously developing more planets and finding ways to maintain their economy. Chaos Flow Zone was one of the 8 great flow zones of the Innerverse, and it represented the dark side of the Innerverse. In Chaos Flow Zone, order meant that there was no order at all and the strong were respected here. There was a planet in Chaos Flow Zone called Deep Crimson Planet that was ruled by Deep Crimson Hall, and it was where their headquarters were located. Deep Crimson Hall was one of the powers in Chaos Flow Zone, and it only ruled over a single region. Compared to Stony Mountain, it was like an ant that could be destroyed at any time. However, Deep Crimson Hall had its own methods of survival. In a huge city on Deep Crimson Planet, there was an endless stream of various aircraft. This was especially true at night when the roads around the city were completely sealed off and turned into a racetrack. Everyone knew that the city's master Wu Kuang loved exciting aircraft races, and he would compete with others every day. His cultivation was limited and he would use modified aircraft to determine the winner. Today was no exception. Dozens of aircraft shuttled through the air, causing the air to distort as they disappeared from the racetrack in the blink of an eye. Wu Kuang's eyes were filled with excitement as he drove his aircraft past one after another, laughing maniacally. The other aircraft did not give way to each other, but none of them could compare to Wu Kuang's. Wu Kuang's flying style was especially barbaric and he loved to crash into others, which made it so that the other aircraft did not dare to approach him. Gradually Wu Kuang took the lead. Just as Wu Kuang thought that the night's race was over, another aircraft suddenly overtook him and viciously slammed into him. Wu Kuang was shocked as someone from Deep Crimson Planet actually dared to ram into him. His position in Deep Crimson Hall was not low and he ruled over an entire city. He was also an explorer with a power level of close to 50,000, and he was only a step away from breaking through to the cruiser realm. Even in the entire Deep Crimson Hall he was ranked within the top 10. Others who competed with him did not dare to ram into him. Wu Kuang licked his lips. Interesting. He then drove his aircraft into the other. Bang! Bang! The two aircraft collided violently on the racetrack, causing sparks to fly. Many of the following aircraft were stunned. Someone actually dared to ram into Wu Kuang? Was that person looking to die? There was a mountain path ahead and the two aircraft collided once more, causing dazzling sparks to fly as they brushed past the mountain path. Just as the two aircraft made a turn on the mountain path, Big Pow raised his head from within the aircraft that had rammed into Wu Kuang's aircraft. His eyes flickered with a cold killing intent, and he looked completely different from when he had been in the academy. He raised his hand and star energy manifested. Flame God's Spear. With a low shout, Big Pow shot out a star energy bullet that was wrapped in two-line battle force and directly hit Wu Kuang. Wu Kuang had never thought that someone would dare to assassinate him, and he subconsciously raised his hand to block. The bullet pierced through his palm and then his entire right arm, tearing through the void and splitting the entire mountain path in two. Behind him, many of the other participants hurriedly stopped and stared blankly at the mountain that had been split apart. Chapter 4:15. Little Pow was also in the spacecraft and after Big Pow had attacked he raised his hand as well. Black flame-like lines spread from his palm, and his two-line battle force formed a giant black flaming palm print. Black flaming palm. The black flaming palm pressed Wu Kuang into the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although Wu Kuang's power level was close to 50,000, he was still an ordinary explorer and could not compare to an elite explorer. Both Big Pow and Little Pow were explorers, but they had graduated from the Astral Combat Academy and had been personally taught by Astral 10's mentors. Their strength could not be measured by their power levels, and when the two worked together Wu Kuang was easily suppressed. There was a loud bang as the Infernal God Gun's bullet pierced through Wu Kuang's forehead, causing a huge crack to appear in the ground that extended towards the city. "Let's go." Little Pow barked and the two immediately left. Not long after they left, the entire city was sealed off, and experts from Deep Crimson Hall appeared to search for the killer. News of Wu Kuang's death was immediately reported to Deep Crimson Hall's Hall Master, Bo Sr. Deep Crimson Hall had two Hall Masters who were known as the Bo Duo. They were Bo Sr. and Bo Jr. and both were hunters. It was because of their existence along with nearly 10 cruisers, that Deep Crimson Hall was formed and occupied the surrounding space. When Bo Sr. learned of Wu Kuang's death, he was enraged and ordered a lockdown on Deep Crimson Planet. The culprit had to be found. However, Big Pao and Little Pao had not left and were instead hiding in the city. Although Deep Crimson Planet was huge, it was not too difficult for hunters to search the entire planet. There were not many people on Deep Crimson Planet who had the strength to kill Wu Kuang, and they were also afraid of being found, so it was better for them to hide in the city. Wu Kuang is the first. With our strength, aside from the Bo duo, we should be able to deal with the rest, Big Pao said solemnly. Little Pao looked at the list of experts from Deep Crimson Hall and shook his head. There are cruisers with power levels over 70,000. It's too dangerous to deal with them. Big Pao took a deep breath. Old Kai only gave us 2 money bombs to deal with the Bo duo. We'll have to figure out how to deal with the rest. There will be a way. We'll take revenge for that year, Little Pao said coldly. The Golden Ocean was always calm as always, and there seemed to be no life within it. Lu Yin was still climbing the mountain, but when he looked down he could no longer see the sea. Even the forest in the distance felt close. How many days had it been? He calculated that he'd been climbing for 10 days, which meant that he'd been here for half a month. From this position and height he felt that he could jump into the forest with a single jump. When he raised his head again he still couldn't see the top. 7th bro, why do I feel like we've been either crossing seas or climbing mountains during this period of time? You must have some sort of conflict with the symbol ancestor, the monkey said unhappily. Lu Yin was left speechless as the monkey was right. Ascending the sky platform, crossing the ocean of death, and now climbing a mountain were all related to rune technology. Monkey, tell me more about the symbol ancestor, Lu Yin said. I don't know. I've already told you everything I know. The existence of progenitors is a secret and very few people know about it. If I wasn't an archaeologist, I wouldn't have been able to come into contact with them. How long has rune technology existed? I said I don't know, but according to the records of the strong, it was very short, very short. Flash in the pan? More or less. Anyway, that expert mentioned it in his autobiography. His record of the rune technology was just one sentence. One piece of heaven covers another piece of heaven. One piece of heaven covers another piece of heaven. What did that mean? Lu Yin did not understand, and he suddenly recalled the voice that had been left behind on the island at the end of the ocean of death. The sky had changed and the 5th, the 6th. Could it be related to that? What about the symbol ancestor? How much do you know? Lu Yin asked again. The monkey was helpless. I don't know. The symbol ancestor has existed for too long, and his civilization has even gone extinct. It's already pretty good that there are records of him. If you want to know more, you'll have to find a great power in the Neoverse, such as the 3 Dark Hands or the Hall of Honor. Perhaps they'll have some records. How long can a progenitor live? Lu Yin did not give up and continued to ask. The monkey did not immediately answer this question and muttered to himself for a long time. I don't know. Logically speaking, even an existence like the 3rd Night King has lived for a long time and doesn't die easily. Progenitors should be eternal. But I've never heard of any progenitors in this universe, Lu Yin interrupted. The monkey did not reply. Could it be that all of the progenitors that have existed have died? Lu Yin guessed. The monkey replied, I don't know, 7th bro. Don't think too much about it. You won't be able to come into contact with a progenitor for at least 1,000 years. No, it should be 10,000 years. No, it should be 100,000 years. In any case, it's impossible for you to come into contact with a progenitor in this lifetime. Emissary? Lu Yin was stunned as he seemed to have heard of it before. Right, the monkey had mentioned that he had visited the great tomb of an emissary. An emissary is the name given to a powerhouse whose power level exceeds 500,000, and it means that they are the emissaries of the heavens. Such an existence is practically immortal. The Northgate Taisui that we saw previously had a power level of 400,000 at most, and he would never be able to break through to become an emissary. Otherwise, the Northgate family would not have gone into hibernation. Let's put it this way, there are no emissaries in the outerverse, but there might be a few in the innerverse, the monkey explained. Lu Yin was filled with anticipation. What did it mean to have a power level of 500,000? With a single glance, the universe would be destroyed. This was an emissary. Actually, an emissary is a bit too high a goal for you, 7th bro. After all, you were born in the outerverse. Why don't you set a lower goal like Northgate Taisui? The monkey probed. Lu Yin snorted. Stop talking nonsense. Let's continue climbing. The monkey pursed his lips. Who knows how long we'll have to climb this stupid mountain? It's a waste of my time. If only Sister Fengjie was here, my dear Sister Fengjie. With Lu Yin's cultivation, climbing the mountain was not difficult, but when he reached a certain height, he discovered that his star energy had been suppressed. His expression immediately changed, as this was a difficult situation. Without star energy, he could only rely on his physical strength to climb. He looked at the mountain peak that he still could not see the top, and he felt a sense of despair. Without star energy, the monkey was basically blocked, and Lu Yin was once again alone as he continued to climb the mountain in silence. He did not know if anyone had ever climbed this mountain before. There were no signs of climbing along the way, and when he thought about the disappearance of the cruiser, it was possible that this mountain would disappear if anyone touched it. The only reason he was an exception might have something to do with the sky platform and the ocean of death. Another 10 days passed, and these 10 days were very painful for Lu Yin. With his physical strength, climbing the mountain was not difficult, but whether it was eating or resting, he had to climb the mountain. He had been maintaining the same posture for 20 days and he still could not see the top. This process was very boring. Below him, the forest was just beneath his feet and all he could see was gold. He could no longer see anything else, and he did not know if he was still in that sealed space. More importantly, he did not know when it had started, but his spiritual force had been suppressed. This formless pressure was like boiling a frog in warm water. It was not fierce at first, but the higher he climbed, the more intense it became. At his current position, even with Lu Yin's spiritual force resistance, he felt a little tired. It was impossible for a normal Lemmeter to reach this point, and even an ordinary explorer would not be able to do so. The spiritual force pressure from this position was equivalent to Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword during the tournament of the strongest. Lu Yin shook his head vigorously. He did not care anymore and continued climbing. He had no other choice, he could only climb or die. Another 5 days passed and Lu Yin's mind was groggy. The spiritual force pressure from this position was quite strong, and he was almost unable to bear it. The mountain peak in front of him changed and he seemed to have reached the peak. Lu Yin was delighted and he endured the pain of fainting as he climbed 1,000 meters in one breath. He used all of his strength to support himself, and his entire body fell onto a section of the mountain peak. He panted heavily as he lay flat on his back. This must be the peak. He scanned his surroundings and then looked behind him. His expression changed and a bitter smile appeared on his face. This was not the peak. There was another peak behind him. No, there were 3 peaks that reached into the sky. There were 3 peaks at the top of a mountain, and this place was definitely not far from the highest point. Lu Yin did not care too much and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted for 2 days, and while he slept, his hands did not dare to leave the ground for fear that he would disappear. At this moment, the day-night flow zone was bustling with activity. The day-night banquet was about to begin, and the day-night clan welcomed the young powerhouses from all over the world. Night Queen Yanqing, Qilian Day-Night, Tiankong Day-Night, Ro Day-Night, Zhou Day-Night, and the other outstanding disciples of the day-night clan all rushed back. The day-night banquet was a tradition of the day-night clan, where they would send out invitations to the younger generation of the universe for them to interact with each other. It was a way for the day-night clan to communicate with the outside world, and all young people hoped to be invited to the day-night banquet. The day-night banquet was like a social circle. Of course, invitations were just invitations and not everyone would attend. After all, the universe was too vast and many people were too far away from the day-night flow zone. The experts on the top 100 rankings were all invited to the day-night banquet, but at most 4 or 5 people would attend each time. The rest would politely decline. The day-night banquet was held on the main planet of the day-night clan, Night King Planet. This planet was incomparably huge and it was one of the largest planets in the Innerverse. It was like a monster that floated in space, and it was rumored that the first Night King had been born on this planet. To the Night King clan, this planet was sacred. Night King Planet was rarely open to the outside world, and there were countless planets around it for outsiders to visit. Only gatherings like the day-night banquet would be opened to the public, and only those who had been invited could enter. At this moment, there were dozens of spacecraft hovering in space outside of Night King Planet, watching as 2 figures confronted each other in the distance. The day-night banquet had invited geniuses, and there were many geniuses who were enemies or disliked each other. The rules of the day-night banquet were that all grudges would be resolved in space, and no one was allowed to bring them to Night King Planet. Thus, every day-night banquet, the area outside of Night King Planet would be bustling with activity, and it would become a battleground for all sorts of battles. Night King Planet would not stop this. In space, a man and a woman looked at each other and then attacked each other. Both of them were quite young, around 30 years old, but they were both explorers from great powers. Although they could not compare to the experts on the top 100 rankings, they were still among the top of the younger generation. After all, they were qualified to participate in the day-night banquet. The more intense their battle became, the more people came to watch. Chapter 4:16. Just as the victor was about to be decided, a small knife tore through the void and appeared out of nowhere. It circled around the two of them and then disappeared. The two of them stopped in their tracks. A trace of blood appeared on each of their necks. They were so close to dying. Everyone stared blankly at this scene before looking in another direction. A strange spacecraft had flown past, and the small knife had been shot out from that spacecraft. That's the Lingling clan's spacecraft. The Lingling clan? That terrifying clan? Does this mean that the saber is the legendary obelisk? Definitely. That knife's power level isn't even at the level of an explorer. It's only a limiter, but it instantly defeated 2 elite explorers. Aside from that person, who else can do that? In outer space, a man and a woman bitterly looked at each other. They had fought to the death, but in the end they had been defeated in an instant by someone else. They hadn't even gotten a chance to see what their opponent looked like. On Night King Planet, Night Queen Xianxia was watching the scene on her screen. She was excited. He really came. That's right, that's Obelisk. That person is here. Behind Night Queen Xianxia, a day-night clan member was puzzled. Obelisk? I think I've heard of it before. Night Queen Yanqing's lips curled up. In the current universe, among the younger generation of Limiters, there are only 3 people who are qualified to be called invincible. Yi Xingqian from the Cosmic Sea, Mu Rong from the 10 Arbiters Council, and Ling Ke from the Lingling clan. The obelisk's mighty slash is Ling Ke's battle technique. The day-night clan member was shocked. I remember now. He once killed 5 explorers with a single slash, and one of them was even qualified to challenge the top 100 rankings. Is that Ling Ke? Night Queen Yanqing nodded, her eyes filled with excitement. She had invited Ling Ke and her goal was simple: to suppress Lu Yin. To her, Lu Yin was a stain that could never be erased. There was also Zhanlong Day-Night, but unfortunately he had disappeared from Shenwu continent. Otherwise she could have asked Ling Ke to teach him a lesson as well. Fortunately, Lu Yin had been invited, so he would definitely appear. Everyone praised Lu Yin as an unequaled Limiter, but she had learned from her older brother, Arbiter Zhenwu, that 30 stacks was just a standard that the Divine Fist had announced to the outside world. 30 stacks was not the only thing that could truly make one an unequaled Limiter. Yi Xingqian, Mu Rong, and Ling Ke had all been praised by the 10 arbiters as true unequaled Limiters. In other words, Lu Yin was still slightly weaker than them. She wanted this to be his greatest failure at the banquet, shattering his belief that he was invincible. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the best. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the best. A commotion could be heard from a flying ship in the starry sky. A group of beautiful women were dancing and shouting excitedly. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Was this the support group? Ling Ke's appearance on Night King Planet caused an uproar. The Lingling clan was located in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone, and they rarely interacted with the outside world. This clan had an unparalleled innate gift, which was why they were so arrogant. Even the Day-Night clan did not dare to provoke them. Ling Ke was one of the strongest Limiters of the younger generation, but he had always kept a low profile. No one had expected him to appear on Night King Planet. There were also some who guessed that this had something to do with Lu Yin, as there were only 4 unequaled Limiters in the current universe. Lu Yin was one of them, so it was normal for Ling Ke to be interested in him. Because of Ling Ke's appearance, even more elites from the younger generation had been invited to Night King Planet. There were also many who had not been invited who had gathered in the day-night flow zone, wanting to personally witness the battle between Ling Ke and Lu Yin. In Astral 8, Shiyu sought out Feng Shang and invited him to the day-night flow zone's Night King planet. However, she was rejected by Feng Shang as he did not want to move. Shiyu was speechless, so she headed to the day-night flow zone alone. Feng Shang watched Shiyu's departing figure and sighed. Everyone was looking forward to Lu Yin and Ling Ke's battle, but only he knew that Lu Yin would not appear again. He had been swallowed up by the storm and his chances of survival were too low. Lu Yin slept for 2 days and his mind was slightly clearer when he woke up. He then climbed to the 3 peaks in the distance. After some thought, he gritted his teeth and continued climbing. He chose the middle peak as it was more likely that the middle peak was the exit. He placed both hands on the middle peak and an oppressive pressure swept over him. The pressure on his spiritual force was even stronger at this position, to the point that Lu Yin found it hard to accept. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead and he gritted his teeth. No matter what, he had to climb. A day later, Lu Yin's eyes became unfocused. The pressure was too great and he had no choice but to start reciting the Stonewall scriptures to resist the pressure. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 5 days passed. Since yesterday, Lu Yin had lost consciousness, and the only reason he could climb was because of his instincts. After nearly a month of climbing, his physical body had maintained its instincts, but his consciousness had almost completely dissipated. At this moment, if Lu Yin was awake and looked up, he would no longer see a tall mountain. He had already reached the peak. With a thump, Lu Yin finally reached the peak. His eyes were only slightly open and he seemed to see a figure in front of him. However, he wasn't fully awake and eventually collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. After Lu Yin fainted, a figure slowly approached from not too far in front of him and finally blocked his path. It was an elegant and quiet middle-aged man with his hands clasped behind his back. He calmly looked at Lu Yin and slowly squatted down. With a casual wave of his hand, the clothes on Lu Yin's back were torn apart. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yin's back in shock. This seal doesn't belong to the 5th or 6th. Could it be? He didn't say anything else. He stood up and walked to the edge of the peak, where he looked at the golden light in the distance and fell silent. Lu Yin didn't know how much time had passed, but he woke up with a splitting headache. He forced his eyes open and saw the elegant figure in front of him with his back to him. He was shocked. Was there someone here? He hurriedly got up, but his body was too tired and the pressure on his spiritual force made it impossible for him to stand up. He could only squat and look ahead. The elegant figure slowly turned around and calmly looked at Lu Yin. Since the creation of this space, you are the first person besides me to reach the peak. Lu Yin was shocked and the figure in front of him blurred. He was still under tremendous pressure. The man waved his hand and it was like a gentle breeze brushing past his face. Lu Yin immediately woke up and all of the pressure vanished. This person had easily dispelled the spiritual force pressure that this mountain had placed on him. He was an unimaginable powerhouse. Lu Yin hurriedly stood up and slowly bowed. Lu Yin greets Senior. The man sized Lu Yin up. You don't belong to the 5th or 6th. Where are you from? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. It was the 5th and 6th again. He was confused. 5th? 6th? This junior doesn't understand. The man stared at Lu Yin, but there wasn't anything special about his eyes. They were just a little brighter. Lu Yin met the man's gaze and wanted to look away, but he found that he couldn't. His eyes seemed to be attracted to the man's eyes and he was completely focused on them. The next moment Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat and he took a step back. His face went pale as he stared at the man in shock. He could finally look away. May I ask for Senior's name? Lu Yin asked respectfully. The man retracted his gaze. You can call me Mr. Mu. Lu Yin bowed again. Mr. Mu, this junior took the liberty of climbing the mountain and disturbed your cultivation. Please forgive this junior. Mr. Mu's gaze was indifferent and his temperament was refined. It's fine. You were able to reach the peak because of your ability. Your cultivation is not bad at such a young age. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Lu Yin said respectfully. He glanced at his right arm but the monkey showed no signs of waking up. He looked at Mr. Mu and hesitated. Do you want to leave? Mr. Mu asked. Lu Yin nodded. Please give me a chance. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. Since ancient times, you are the second person to reach the peak. You can leave at any time. Lu Yin was delighted. However, you can also choose a second option, Mr. Mu said calmly. Lu Yin raised his brows. Please enlighten me. Mr. Mu clasped his hands behind his back and calmly looked at the golden light in the distance. Accept the challenge and think of a way to become my disciple. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he said without hesitation, this junior wishes to become senior's disciple, and I hope that senior can grant my wish. He was not stupid and he could tell that the person in front of him was a reclusive expert. The things that such a person taught would definitely not be bad, and even if that was not the case, Lu Yin would not be at a disadvantage. At the very least, the person in front of him was definitely stronger than him. Mr. Mu replied, it's not that easy to become my disciple. However, you've already passed the most difficult hurdle, which is reaching the peak. Since ancient times only you have passed this hurdle. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This mountain had caused the cruiser from before to disappear upon touching it, which meant that there had to be a condition to successfully climb it. Lu Yin guessed that this condition had something to do with the rune ancestor. His eyes had been modified by the sky platform and he had also crossed the ocean of death. Perhaps that had been an opportunity that had allowed him to climb this mountain. The person in front of him should not be lying. He had experienced the baptism of the Rune Technology Society, been coincidentally swallowed by the storm, and had even appeared here. It was very rare for such coincidences to happen to a single person, and it was also possible that he was the only one who had managed to do so after so many years. If that was the case, then the person in front of him might be related to the Rune Technology Society. Could he be a powerhouse that had been left behind by the Rune Technology Society? The second hurdle can be difficult, but it can also be simple. You just have to show me your opportunity, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin was stunned. By opportunity? How? Mr. Mu's tone was indifferent. Show me everything that you have and do your best to surprise me. Opportunities are destined by the heavens and cannot be controlled, but it is also a type of strength. I do not accept stupid disciples, unlucky disciples, or disciples with bad temperaments. You may begin. Lu Yin nodded as he understood that Mr. Mu wanted to see what he could do. This was the first time that he had seen such a method of selecting a disciple. I'll be embarrassing myself, Lu Yin said as he took a step forward with his right foot. 5-lined battle force appeared on the surface of his body, and purple veins covered his entire body while dark golden stripes sparkled. His battle force was dazzling against the surrounding golden light at the peak of the mountain. Lu Yin knew that there were very few people who could cultivate 5-line battle force at his age. There had never been a powerhouse who had surpassed 5-line battle force in the history of the Astral Combat Academy. He had already reached the peak. 5-lined battle force covered his body, and Lu Yin looked at Mr. Mu expectantly. Chapter 417. When he saw Lu Yin's 5-line battle force, Mr. Mu indifferently said, it's very ordinary. Although it's not bad, it's not top-notch either. Your spirit is lacking and your achievements in this path are limited. If you want to be invincible, you must have the courage to swallow the universe and the spirit to surpass the heavens. You can't achieve these things. Battle force isn't that difficult to cultivate, so it can't be considered a fortuitous encounter. Lu Yin retracted his battle force and his heart sank. 5-line battle force was not enough. There were very few limiters in the entire universe who could reach that level, especially at Mr. Mu's age. Just how abnormal was Mr. Mu's disciple selection criteria? Lu Yin was unwilling to give up, and in the next moment his domain enveloped the entire area. Mr. Mu frowned. It's crude and lacks the conviction to be invincible or the determination to win accumulated through countless battles. No matter how you use it, it's just an eye. Everything is under your control and that's the essence of it. Those who master it can encompass the entire universe and change the heavens. Although you've comprehended it, it can't be considered a fortuitous encounter. There are too many people in the universe who have comprehended it. Lu Yin's heart sank again as this was useless as well. However, Mr. Mu's words had reminded him of a special phrase, changing the heavens. The voice that had been left behind on the island at the end of the ocean of death had said that the heavens had been changed. The monkey had also said that the powerhouse's autobiographies had recorded that the rune technology was a world within a world. Could all of this be related to a domain? But now was not the time to think about such things. Lu Yin glanced at Mr. Mu. This person's standards for selecting a disciple were abnormal beyond imagination. Even a powerful clan like the Day-Night clan rarely had geniuses who had comprehended both battle force and a domain at the same time, let alone someone with 5-line battle force. After some thought, Lu Yin raised a palm and unleashed a 30 stacks 40-fold shockwave palm into the void, causing an intense gale to sweep through the area. This was his strongest attack. With your physical strength as the foundation, such an attack can barely be considered a manifestation of your physical body's fortuitous encounter, but it's not that rare. There are strange races in the universe that are born with incomparably strong bodies, and once they reach adulthood, they can easily use 100 stacks. As a normal person you're not bad, but you don't meet my requirements, Mr. Mu said mercilessly. Lu Yin's heart sank even further. Mr. Mu's strongest attack was useless. Mu really had to use something that couldn't see the light of day? Mr. Mu did not rush Lu Yin. Instead he quietly looked into the distance as if he did not care about Lu Yin at all. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. His destiny had been predestined by the heavens. He had been swallowed up by the storm, and it had not been easy for him to climb up the mountain. Then he saw the person in front of him. Perhaps this person was an unimaginable powerhouse. For the time being, Lu Yin had assumed that this person was on the same level as Northgate Taisui. With such a powerhouse as his master, Lu Yin had to seize this opportunity. As he thought about it, he decided to use the serious technique. Although the serious technique was not as powerful as 30 stacks, it was still a manifestation of fate. Aside from him, there was probably no one else in the Innerverse who could learn the serious technique. According to the trial master, the serious sect was far more powerful than the Day-Night clan, so it was impossible for the serious technique to be leaked. Lu Yin's only worry was that this person would tell the serious sect, which was the worst-case scenario. If that really happened, then Lu Yin would just have to expose Heizhlian. The cosmic sea was independent of the Innerverse and Outerverse, and the monkey had said that even the Neoverse's great powers were afraid of the cosmic sea's great battle groups. Lu Yin should be able to protect himself without any problems, so he would just have to take a gamble. The moment the 9 stars revolved around Lu Yin's body, a trace of astonishment flashed through Mr. Mu's eyes. The serious technique comes from the serious sect, and it's one of the core techniques of the serious sect that cannot be taught to outsiders. You actually managed to learn it, which is a pretty good opportunity. Unfortunately, it's only a part of it, and the 9th star clearly does not belong to the true serious technique. This technique can be considered one of your opportunities. If you can learn the entire technique, I will immediately accept you as my disciple. Unfortunately, you will never be able to learn it if you don't join the serious sect. Lu Yin retracted the serious technique and relaxed. From Mr. Mu's tone, he did not seem to have any connections with the serious sect, so he would not betray Lu Yin. After thinking about it, Lu Yin respectfully said, "This disciple does indeed wish to learn the serious technique. That's not important to me." "Continue," Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin was helpless. "Continue? What else was there?" There were some things that he definitely would not reveal, such as his Dai innate gift, the Stonewall scriptures, the Yu secret art, and progenitor Wuxiang's hide. Wait, progenitor Wuxiang's hide? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. When he had been swallowed into the storm, he had been holding on to progenitor Wuxiang's hide, and he had only placed it in his cosmic ring after waking up. Also, he had used progenitor Wuxiang's hide to deal with the cruiser on the beach. Had Mr. Mu seen all of this? A domain allowed one to observe their surroundings, and Lu Yin did not believe that Mr. Mu had not comprehended a domain. If he was at the same level as Northgate Taisui, then he would definitely be able to see everything that happened in this space. In that case, there was no need to hide progenitor Wuxiang's hide. Lu Yin raised a hand. "Mr. Mu, can this be considered an opportunity?" In Lu Yin's hand was the piece of progenitor Wuxiang's hide that he had obtained from the monkey. It was much smaller than his own, and he would not reveal his own piece. Even if he lost it, it would still belong to the monkey, so he would not feel any heartache. Mr. Mu's eyes flickered and he nodded. Progenitor Wuxiang's item can be considered an opportunity. Remember, try not to reveal it in outer space as much as possible. The astral beasts will be able to sense it. Lu Yin was disappointed as he did not see much surprise in Mr. Mu's expression. Even progenitor Wuxiang's hide had not moved him, and Mr. Mu had no intention of accepting him as a disciple. It seemed that Lu Yin's opportunity was not enough. What else could Lu Yin reveal? Lu Yin pondered. Mr. Mu looked up. Let me remind you that you cannot be accepted as my disciple. Everything that happened here will be erased from your memories. Lu Yin's eyes trembled and he clenched his fists. He could not accept having his memories erased as his original memories were incomplete. He could accept being heavily injured or even dying, but he would never accept having his memories erased. Lu Yin's gaze was resolute, and he decided to use everything that he knew to try his luck. He raised a fist and punched out, alternating between night and day. This was the day-night fist, a fist technique that he had learned from the Day-Night clan's inheritance stone on Earth. Although it had become almost useless, it had been a manifestation of his opportunity, as no one else had been able to learn the Day-Night clan's battle techniques. Mr. Mu's gaze was indifferent. There's a powerful clan in the Innerverse called the Day-Night clan. This battle technique should have come from them. Alternating night and day can cause damage to one's spiritual force. It's a pretty good attack and it can be considered an opportunity to learn it. However, it's not enough to move one and it's far inferior to the serious technique. This junior understands. The day-night fist is not powerful enough, Lu Yin said. Mr. Mu replied, it's not that it's not powerful enough but that you don't know how to use it. Any battle technique will have a huge difference in power when used by different people. When this fist technique is cultivated to a profound level, it can even change the color of space. Lu Yin was shocked. He had underestimated the day-night fist. Mr. Mu, this junior's opportunity might allow me to become your disciple? Lu Yin probed. Mr. Mu shook his head. Not enough. Lu Yin's brows rose and he suddenly recalled the scene he had seen in Stargazing Deck. The ancient warship and the claw imprint that had appeared on it. For the sky beast claw to appear in that scene, he guessed that it was not as simple as what Undying Yushan had told him. Furthermore, Undying Yushan was a descendant of the Seven Courts surname, so Lu Yin decided to give the battle technique a try. Facing the sky, Lu Yin raised his hand and extended it into a claw. The 108 forms of the sky beast claw stirred up the void and a bestial roar rang out. It seemed to come from the distant past, piercing through the void. Mr. Mu's gaze finally flickered once more. The battle technique of the past has already disappeared in the long river of time. For you to be able to learn it, it can be considered an opportunity. However, it's still not enough to become my disciple. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. Did he really have to expose the Stonewall scriptures? Right, he still had one more thing. Mr. Mu, this junior's eyes can see things that normal people cannot, Lu Yin said. This place was definitely related to the rune technology, which meant that his eyes would be of great use. However, he did not know if Mr. Mu had considered the mutation of his eyes. Since he could climb mountains, it proved that he had come into contact with the rune technology. Regardless, he still had to give it a try. Mr. Mu looked into Lu Yin's eyes. I know that you can see rune lines. Lu Yin's heart sank and he smiled bitterly. As expected, Mr. Mu knew. Since Mr. Mu knew, then perhaps his ability to climb mountains really did have something to do with his eyes. There was still the innate gift die, the Stonewall scriptures and the Yu secret art. Which one should he expose? Lu Yin was conflicted. It's rare for you to have such an opportunity at your age. I won't make things difficult for you and I'll accept you as my in-name disciple for now. We'll talk about it after you've decided whether or not to expose an even greater opportunity. Until then you can retain your memories, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin was delighted. Thank you, Mr. Mu. Oh, thank you, Master. Mr. Mu nodded and waved his hand. A strange mass of quicksand appeared in front of Lu Yin, emitting a hazy light as it floated in the void. This is called Fates and it's a gift from Master to you. You can absorb it into your body like a formcast model, and it will awaken different forms for each person. Can make you very strong or very weak and it's very taxing on your star energy and physical strength. You can choose whether to use it or not, Mr. Mu explained. Lu Yin looked at the massive quicksand in front of him in surprise. Fateson? He had never even heard of it before, so he decided to keep it for now. He did not know how precious Phaeton was, but it could be considered a supreme treasure, not just in the innerverse and outerverse but also in the cosmic sea and neoverse. Mr. Mu saw Lu Yin casually put away the fates but he did not seem to mind. What you just displayed did not include speed. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, Disciple's speed battle technique is called Flash Step. I'll use it now. He then used Flash Step to vanish. Mr. Mu said, It's not bad. Why don't you combine your aura concealing technique with your speed to achieve the effect of concealing the void? An idea flashed through Lu Yin's mind and he looked up in pleasant surprise. Thank you for your advice, Master. Disciple understands. He then activated his invisible aura technique and used Flash Step. His speed did not change, but his aura became even more restrained. This technique was very simple and practical. Lu Yin had not thought about it before because Flash Step required a foundation of star energy, and the invisible aura technique restrained star energy. The two techniques had opposite effects, but it was not impossible to combine them. As long as one had a certain degree of control over their star energy and knew the distance required for Flash Step and the amount of star energy required, then the rest could be concealed with the invisible aura technique. It sounded simple, but Lu Yin had never thought of it. Mr. Mu shook his head. It's too troublesome, but it's enough for you to use for now. Chapter 418. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Mu expectantly, waiting for an even better opportunity. He had received a gift, but it wasn't a battle technique or a cultivation technique. As his master, he should have given him a cultivation technique or battle technique. Unfortunately, Lu Yin was disappointed. Mr. Mu simply took out a piece of jade and tossed it to him. If you encounter an emergency, crush it to contact me. However, you only have one chance, and as an in-name disciple, I won't help you a second time. Take care of yourself. Lu Yin felt like he was about to be sent away, so he quickly put the jade away and asked, Master, how can I become an official disciple? Does it have to be a lucky chance? Mr. Mu looked at the forest below the mountain. Not necessarily. There's a war spirit here that's also a limiter. Defeat him and I'll accept you as an official disciple. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, filled with battle intent. He wasn't afraid of anyone who was a limiter. Please arrange it, Master. Mr. Mu waved his hand and the scene in front of Lu Yin changed until he was back in the forest. It had taken him a month to climb from the Golden Sea to the peak, but it had only taken him an instant to return to the forest. Not far in front of him, a war spirit with its back facing him slowly turned around when it sensed Lu Yin's presence. Since Mr. Mu had given him this test, Lu Yin knew that this limiter war spirit wouldn't be easy to deal with. His eyes filled with star energy as he focused on the war spirit, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Where were the rune lines? Why were there so few? The rune lines that appeared before Lu Yin's eyes were extremely sparse, similar to the rune lines of a normal person. They were scattered and messy, and even a sentinel, no, not even a seeker, couldn't compare to them. However, this war spirit was definitely a limiter. The war spirit was facing Lu Yin with its eyes completely closed. It wasn't like the other war spirits that attacked without reason, but rather stood quietly in place as if waiting for something. Lu Yin furrowed his brows, feeling uneasy. This war spirit was too strange, and he felt as if he was being seen through by it. It was as if he was immersed in someone else's domain. That's right, it was a domain. With a whoosh, Lu Yin's body moved without any wind, and his domain spread out in an attempt to counteract the war spirit's domain. At the same time, he activated the serious art and filled his eyes with star energy. After his eyes had been modified, he could use secret sidestep without a lock-breaking tool. He was confident that he could dodge any attack in this state. But before he could react, his domain collapsed and he was crushed. He was actually being suppressed by an expert of the same level. Even though it was only a domain, he was unable to resist the suppressive power. It was as if the sky and earth were collapsing. Compared to this war spirit's domain, Lu Yin's was as weak as an eggshell. The war spirit disappeared without a trace, and Lu Yin subconsciously used flash to evade. However, while he was still in midair, he was struck in the abdomen by a palm. Lu Yin was shocked, and his battle force erupted as he raised a palm to attack the war spirit. However, the attack was easily evaded, and Lu Yin's entire body crashed into the ground with a loud thud. Ever since he had started cultivating, Lu Yin had rarely encountered such a situation. They were both limiters and the difference in power between them wasn't that great. However, he didn't even have the ability to retaliate. Most importantly, even with the serious technique in his modified eyes, he still couldn't avoid the war spirit's palm. He didn't even know how the war spirit had struck him. Lu Yin refused to believe this and he raised his head to look at the war spirit. He used flash to disappear and then raised a hand to attack with the sky beast claw. The war spirit easily evaded the attack without making any unnecessary movements. Even if Lu Yin changed the direction of his sky beast claw attack at the last moment, it would still be evaded. After evading Lu Yin's attack, the war spirit extended both its palms towards him. Lu Yin's eyes were fixed on the war spirit. The war spirit's palms entered the range of the serious technique, and its speed was greatly reduced. Lu Yin could clearly see the changes and immediately retreated, confident that he could evade this attack. But in the end he was still struck. It wasn't that the war spirit was too fast, but rather that the direction of its attack was actually in the direction that he had evaded. It was as if the war spirit could predict the future. This attack style reminded Lu Yin of Star Sibyl. Could this war spirit be the war spirit of a certain Star Sibyl? Fortunately, the war spirit's attacks weren't that powerful, so they weren't much of a threat to Lu Yin. Even though he was being suppressed, Lu Yin was confident that he wouldn't lose. Of course he couldn't win either. To the current Lu Yin, this was the first time that a limiter had been able to make him feel so aggrieved. He was confident that even if he encountered Yi Xingqian or Mu Rong, he would still be able to make them suffer. However, this war spirit left him helpless. He couldn't hit it and he couldn't evade its attacks either. Lu Yin took out the giant emperor's third eye with his left hand and tried to use secret sidestep to evade, but the result was the same. The war spirit's attacks were always in the direction that he needed to evade. No matter how fast he was, unless he was faster than time, he still wouldn't be able to evade. This sort of suppression and sullenness made Lu Yin feel extremely uncomfortable. Helpless, Lu Yin could only try his best to evade and observe the war spirit's attack patterns in an attempt to find a way to counter it. It had to be said that Lu Yin was very experienced in battle. Even if all of his movements were predicted, he could still rely on his body's instincts to evade. He didn't even need to use the serious technique or his eyes, and he even put away the giant emperor's third eye. Every time the war spirit attacked, he would simply choose a direction to evade, regardless of whether that direction was reasonable or not. This allowed him to evade a few attacks. However, he wasn't satisfied. Mr. Mu had told him to win, not that he wouldn't lose. In the end, Lu Yin chose to use the same method as when he had fought Tian Ho. Both sides would be injured, but he didn't evade the war spirit's attacks. Instead, he seized the opportunity to grab the war spirit's hands and use overlaying stacks. This method had injured the war spirit on his first try, and Lu Yin saw hope for victory. Seeing the war spirit's next attack, Lu Yin met it head-on and forcefully endured the war spirit's palms. He reached out and was about to use 30 stacks when suddenly the war spirit opened its eyes. He had forgotten that the war spirit had never opened its eyes. He had thought that the war spirit was blind, but now Lu Yin realized that he had been wrong. The moment the war spirit opened its eyes, Lu Yin saw the world change colors. Everything in front of him became blurry, and there was a strange dull sound in his ears. Blood flowed from his ears, eyes, nose and mouth. The war spirit's arms that he had grabbed released a strange force that pushed him away, and its palms reached out once more. This attack caused Lu Yin to instinctively tremble. This was a life-or-death crisis, and he had underestimated the war spirit. Its attacks with its eyes open were completely different from those with its eyes open. The war spirit's palms pierced through the void and struck the void, destroying a patch of the forest. Lu Yin's figure disappeared in front of it. The war spirit didn't attack Lu Yin, and it didn't sense the existence of any living being. It closed its eyes and slowly turned around, continuing to wander aimlessly. Atop a tall mountain, Lu Yin was panting heavily. His face was pale and he looked down at the forest in disbelief. Had he almost died? He touched his ears and nose and the scarlet blood stained his eyes. He had never thought that an attack from a Lemeter like himself would be able to threaten his life, and it had only lasted for an instant. What kind of person was that war spirit? It was definitely terrifyingly powerful. With Lu Yin's current defenses, even a cruiser would find it difficult to kill him, but that war spirit had launched a fatal attack. A person's instinctive reaction couldn't be hidden, and Lu Yin had truly felt death. He turned to Mr. Mu and bowed respectfully. "Master, this disciple has lost." Mr. Mu asked, "How do you feel?" "This disciple can't describe it, but I feel that this war spirit can predict the future." Lu Yin guessed. He once again thought of Starsabil, but she shouldn't be that strong. Mr. Mu clasped his hands behind his back. Cultivation is endless. Some people practice many different types of battle techniques, while others specialize in one. It's impossible to say who is stronger, but some people truly have extraordinary innate gifts that have reached unimaginable heights. The war spirit that fought you has walked very, very far on the path of domains. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. A domain can fuse with one's surroundings, enhance one's 5 senses, increase one's battle prowess, control an area, and even encompass the universe. When one enters someone else's domain, everything about you will be revealed. Those who have studied it well can predict the future, Mr. Mu explained. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, and the battle from before replayed in his mind once more. Everything about him had been predicted, and he had been beaten very sullenly. Could it be that those who had studied a domain could predict the future? This isn't divination. It's just using your breathing, movement rhythm, battle habits, and even your battle thoughts to predict your next move. This is the power of a domain. Mr. Mu seemed to have guessed what Lu Yin was thinking, and he explained. Lu Yin couldn't understand how terrifying a domain could be when it reached such a level. "Master, this disciple doesn't understand the war spirit's final attack." Mr. Mu sighed in admiration. "Strength comes at a certain price. This person studied a domain, and the price he paid was to close his eyes forever. However, the moment he opened his eyes, the sun and moon would lose their light and everything about him would be revealed. That kind of strength accompanied the release of his domain by 1,000 times, and no ordinary person would be able to withstand it." Lu Yin's face twitched. 1,000 times release? This was too terrifying. To become blind forever in order to cultivate a domain, how extreme was this person? Lu Yin was very curious about the origin of that war spirit. "Master, who was the origin of that war spirit?" Lu Yin asked. Mr. Mu replied, "A young man who was about your age when he entered." Lu Yin was shocked. He had originally thought that the war spirit was a powerhouse who had been a Lemeter for a long time and had been unable to break through to the explorer realm. There were many people like that, and as time passed, even if they couldn't break through to the explorer realm, they would still become very terrifying Lemeters. Lu Yin had never expected that the war spirit would be about his age and a Lemeter who was even more monstrous than him. "Master, when was that war spirit formed?" Lu Yin asked again. "About 10 years ago," Mr. Mu replied. Lu Yin muttered to himself. It was very likely that the war spirit's origin had not yet broken away from the younger generation. If a Lemeter had such terrifying strength, then what about an explorer? Or a cruiser? If he wasn't wrong, then this person might be one of the top experts on the top 100 rankings or even one of the 10 arbiters. "Master, do you know the name of the war spirit's origin?" Lu Yin asked. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. "Do you care?" Chapter 419. Lu Yin nodded. "In the entire innerverse and outerverse, there are no more than a handful of Lemeters who can match me, and there shouldn't be anyone who can defeat me. I really want to know who this war spirit's original form is and how powerful it is now." Mr. Mu laughed. "You're too narrow-minded. The innerverse and outerverse are limited in scope. If your vision is forever limited to the innerverse and outerverse, then you will achieve nothing." Lu Yin fell silent. "Back then that youth willingly allowed himself to be swallowed by the storm," Mr. Mu said, which shocked Lu Yin. "His arrival was intentional. This person is very unique and he did not climb the mountain. I met him once and then let him go. Now he's probably very strong. At the very least, there shouldn't be anyone in the younger generation, including the Cosmic Sea and the Neoverse, who can easily defeat him." Before the age of 40, one's cultivation speed will increase by leaps and bounds, but after that, one's cultivation speed will slow down. This is a dividing line, and the further one goes, the more time one has to rely on to increase one's power level. Some people cultivate for thousands of years and reach a power level in the hundreds of thousands. Over the same amount of time, that person's power level will increase exponentially, and the further one goes, the stronger it will become. This is the power of a domain that has reached its peak. At this point, Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. I've given you a gift for becoming my disciple, but I haven't taught you anything. Now, you can make a request to me to improve your abilities in a certain area. However, I must remind you that after this lesson ends, I will not teach you anything else until you are qualified to become an official disciple. Lu Yin quietly stood in place, deep in thought. Mr. Mu's figure distorted, and he slowly appeared in the distance as he looked off into the distance. After a while, Lu Yin made up his mind. He looked at everything he had and thought about the pressure he had felt during the battle. He looked up and resolutely said, "Master, I want to study my physical body to its peak." Mr. Mu turned around, not surprised. I've said before that on the path of cultivation, there will be a price to pay if one is too strong in a certain area. That war spirit's original domain was too powerful, and it had no choice but to close its eyes and become blind forever. This is because once it opened its eyes, it could no longer control the domain that was too strong. If your physical body is too strong, then you will also be unable to control that power. Not only will it harm others, but it will also harm yourself. What price will I have to pay in order to suppress the strength of my physical body? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Mu calmly replied, Fatesan. Fatesan? Lu Yin was shocked. Fatesan consumes star energy as well as one's physical strength. A normal person can only absorb 1 grain, but absorbing 2 will consume an enormous amount of energy. Very few people can do it. You can use this to suppress your overly powerful physical strength, Mr. Mu explained. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he connected the dots and realized that he had completely fallen into Mr. Mu's trap. Mr. Mu had given Lu Yin his fates, and from the very beginning, he had allowed Lu Yin to experience the power of that war spirit's deep understanding of domains. This had made it more likely that Lu Yin would choose to increase the strength of his physical body. Mr. Mu should have known that the most important thing for him to do now was to increase the strength of his physical body, but he did not say so. Instead, he guided Mr. Mu step by step, not tiring at all. Master, please guide me in improving my physical strength, Lu Yin respectfully said to Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu's gaze was calm. It will take a long time to reach the limits of your current realm. You must be mentally prepared. Lu Yin was placed in a difficult position. The banquet was about to begin, but when he thought about it, he realized that this was a rare opportunity, and it would be a pity to give it up for the sake of the banquet. I understand. Mr. Mu nodded, and a small withered branch appeared in his hand. It was only as long as a finger and was completely withered, but for some reason when Lu Yin saw it, he felt as if his vitality had been completely rejuvenated, and his mind cleared up a little. From now on, unleash all of your physical strength without holding anything back. If you can't hold on, it will bring you vitality and allow your body to be reborn, Mr. Mu said calmly, and the small withered branch in his hand floated over to Lu Yin's head. The moment he touched the branch, Lu Yin's mind cleared up even more, and he felt as if he had been enlightened. He knew that this item was definitely a precious treasure. The words rebirth were not simple, but it was a pity. If he had the money, he would have used his dye to upgrade this piece of withered branch. Mr. Mu's figure vanished as if he had never been there. Lu Yin took a deep breath, and his eyes widened as he unleashed all of his physical strength. The powerful force caused the surrounding void to ripple outwards. No matter who it was, they could only unleash their strongest power for an instant, and they would not be able to hold on for long. Lu Yin was the same, and even if he pushed his physical strength to the limit, he could only hold on for a minute at most. After that, even if he did not want to, his strength would decline. However, in order to comply with Mr. Mu's words, he held on regardless of the consequences. After a while, he felt that his body no longer belonged to him, and he did not even know how much strength he had used. Suddenly, a cool breeze flowed over his head, causing Lu Yin's body to tremble. He could feel his physical strength again, but he had unknowingly lost a lot of his strength. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and unleashed his strength once more. His veins bulged like dragons as he unleashed all of his strength without holding back, even if he could not feel his body at all. This process was very painful, and it was like a normal person running at full speed. Even if they reached their limits, they would still have to run. The withered tree branch not only brought him vitality, but also a strange power. Lu Yin could not sense it, and he did not know that what he was currently experiencing was an unimaginable opportunity. In the distance, Mr. Mu opened his eyes and looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. You don't belong to either 5 or 6. You're an outsider. I hope you can become a game breaker, but it's too difficult. A month passed by quickly, and Lu Yin continued to unleash his strongest strength just like he had in the beginning. When his strength had declined to the point where he could no longer feel it, he accepted the baptism of the withered tree branch. In the beginning he did not feel anything, but as time passed, Lu Yin began to feel that this method of improvement was different from eating strengthening fruits. The strengthening fruit could indeed increase one's physical strength, but it was only on the surface and did not completely fuse with one's body. Any natural treasure had its pros and cons, and the strengthening fruit was no exception. Using the strengthening fruit to increase one's physical strength was like covering a thin sheet of paper with metal. It seemed incomparably sturdy, but as long as one pierced through the layer of metal, the paper would be easily torn apart. However, this method of improvement was different. It completely transformed the paper into metal, increasing one's strength from the inside out. Lu Yin still remembered that when he had broken through to the Melder realm, his physical body had become much stronger. He had fought with others many times, but the cause of his death had always been the destruction of his internal organs, while his physical body had remained unharmed. Now he was confident that his internal organs had become much more resilient. Even if they could not reach the same level as his physical body, they would not be destroyed so easily. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin could no longer tell if it was because he had voluntarily unleashed all of his physical strength or if it had become a habit. His consciousness seemed to be shrouded, and he could only instinctively pursue that trace of coolness that fell from the top of his head. That's enough. You've reached your limit, Mr. Mu's voice sounded in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin slowly opened his eyes, and it felt like a dream. The roar of his blood flowing could be heard in his ears, and his entire body emitted a strange light. This was something that would only appear when one's physical body reached a certain level of strength. He raised his head and looked at the withered branch in Mr. Mu's hand. His body yearned to feel that trace of coolness again, but he knew that it was impossible. He supported himself with one hand, and with a crack the ground cracked open. Lu Yin looked down at his right hand. He had not used any strength at all, but the ground had been unable to withstand it. With your current cultivation you cannot control all of your explosive strength. This is the price you have to pay. Even if you touch yourself you might be seriously injured, Mr. Mu said calmly. Lu Yin frowned, and he did not dare to touch himself anymore. If he accidentally injured himself, there would be no way for him to explain. Had his physical strength really reached the point where even a Lemmeter could not control it? Previously he had already been comparable to an ordinary cruiser. Now could he even compete with a hunter? A Lemmeter could control a portion of a hunter's strength, so it was no wonder that he could injure others as well as himself. Master, should I fuse with the fates and now? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. You can choose for yourself. Regardless of whether you awaken 1 or 2 grains of fates, and their awakened form will not change. A person can only awaken one form in their entire life, and the only difference is the size. It might bring you unimaginable help, but there's also a chance that it will cause you to decline because of it. It's all about fate and luck. Lu Yin took out 1 grain of fates and then asked, where should I fuse with it? Mr. Mu's gaze was calm. Your heart. Lu Yin did not hesitate. He cut open the skin over his heart and pressed the fates in. An intense pain instantly engulfed his nerves, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. The fates burrowed into his body like a living creature, disappearing in an instant. Before he could even think, there was a loud thump from his heart, and star energy surged out like a tidal wave. At the same time his body's energy was rapidly depleted, and Lu Yin experienced a weakness that he had only experienced when he was a normal person. His powerful physical strength was like a dormant dragon that slowly calmed down. The light that flowed through his body quickly dimmed, and the rumbling sound of his blood flowing also gradually disappeared. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist before punching out at the void. A visible shockwave rippled out and distorted the void. Lu Yin was astonished as the power of this punch was still greater than before, and it had definitely reached the level of 20 stacked stacks. Mr. Mu raised his hand and another grain of Fates and appeared. You can choose to continue. Using the Fates and to suppress an overly powerful physical body is not a restriction, but rather a type of enhancement. It's just like when you close your eyes to strengthen your domain. The moment you open your eyes, you'll be able to unleash a 1,000-fold increase in strength. Lu Yin's heart raced and he looked at Mr. Mu with a burning gaze. Master, are you saying that my physical strength can increase as I'm suppressed by the Fates? Mr. Mu nodded. The reason why Fates is so precious is not only because it can awaken forms, but also because it can unknowingly increase the user's physical strength. The more ruthless and the longer this strength is suppressed, the stronger the eruption will be. Chapter 420. Although Lu Yin did not know the exact value of Fates and just based on these 2 points he was certain that it was far more precious than he had imagined. Without any hesitation he cut open the skin of his left arm and fused the second grain of Fates into his body. The intense pain from before had yet to disappear and now a second wave of pain had appeared. This pain was enough to drive a person insane, but fortunately this was not Lu Yin's first time experiencing it. The side effects of consuming the strengthening fruit had not been any easier than fusing with Fates and it had even been more painful. There was also the unbearable pain of breaking through to the next realm. Some people said that cultivators were constantly experiencing pain and evolution and Lu Yin agreed with this point. The second grain of Fates successfully suppressed his physical strength. Lu Yin tried it again and he was left speechless. His current physical strength had surpassed what it had been before, and a casual punch was equivalent to 5 stacks. Mr. Mu's eyes flashed and a trace of astonishment flashed through the depths of his eyes. At his level there should not have been anything to be surprised about, but Lu Yin's physical innate gift still shocked him. It was as if there was no limit to Lu Yin's physical innate gift. This sort of physical innate gift was equivalent to an innate gift, and he had never seen such a thing in any other youth. This kid's future accomplishments might be even greater than he had imagined. A third grain of Fates appeared. After fusing with the third grain your physical strength might be lower than before, and 3 grains of Fates will consume too much star energy and mental strength. You can choose whether or not to fuse with them. Lu Yin did not hesitate. Since he had already decided to do it he might as well see it through to the end. Besides he was sure that he could withstand the suppression of 3 grains of Fates. As he thought about it he cut open the skin of his right leg and fused the third grain of Fates into his body. Pain swept through him once more. Lu Yin did not know how many people in the universe could withstand 3 grains of Fates but it should not be many. Lu Yin could see the shock in Mr. Mu's eyes. If not for the fact that his physical body had reached its limits, then he would have been able to withstand 1 grain of Fates at most. Mr. Mu was right. 3 grains of Fates had caused Lu Yin to become incomparably weak. His physical strength was lower than before and his star energy had become scattered. Even with the serious art's 9-fold star energy absorption speed, he could barely withstand the consumption of the Fates. He could not fight anyone in this state. Master, how long will it take for the Fates to awaken? Lu Yin asked with a pale face. Mr. Mu replied, it varies from person to person. There are many things in the universe that do not have a fixed pattern just like how there aren't 2 identical leaves. Perhaps a day, perhaps a year, or perhaps an eternity. This is virtuoso. Before you awaken it you won't be able to use it and the consumption of star energy and mental strength will be extremely high. After you awaken it you can use the Fates in battle and your physical body will explode with power because of the Fates. Furthermore the consumption of star energy and mental strength will decrease. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Someone was probably dragged to death by the Fates. Mr. Mu's eyes flickered. That's right. Some people will never be able to awaken, and they will have to constantly endure the consumption of Fates. They will be worse than ordinary people and no matter how talented they are, they will still be dragged to death and there will be more than one. Lu Yin was speechless. Your disciple understands. Thank you for your explanation, master. You spent 3 months to increase your physical strength and 1 month to climb the mountain. In addition to the time before that, you've been in this space for almost 5 months. It's time to leave, Mr. Mu said calmly as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was shocked as he had not expected to have stayed here for so long. He could not help but feel anxious. The Great Yu Empire, San Dios and Astral 10 had not been able to contact him. Did they think that he had died? There was also the banquet. When he thought about it, Lu Yin felt powerless. It had definitely ended. Please send your disciple off, master, Lu Yin said respectfully. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. There are too many choices between life and death when roaming the universe. I hope that you will remain true to yourself, as only by doing so will you be blessed with opportunities. In the future perhaps we really will be fated to be master and disciple. He then tapped out and the void was torn apart. Lu Yin saw a strange scene. The void that Mr. Mu had torn apart was different from the void that had been torn apart during their battle. In just an instant, Lu Yin felt the scene in front of him change, and he appeared high in the sky amidst a blue sky and white clouds. Not too far away there was a very familiar sight. A bomb. Boom. A huge explosion burst forth from high up in the sky, and the pressure tore through the clouds as it pressed down on the sea below. The entire sky seemed to distort from a distance, and the temperature at the center was high enough to melt metal. On a distant island, an army stared at the surface of the sea with fervent gazes. A cold mechanical voice rang out from an underground base in the center of the island, confirming the success of the experiment. Everyone in the base cheered. They had finally created a bomb that could intimidate the entire world. With this bomb they could attack any country and they would be the strongest. High up in the sky, Lu Yin was in a miserable state. Mr. Mu had sent him out and tossed him next to the bomb. Fortunately, while the bomb was quite powerful, it was only limited to planetary warfare at the beginning of technological civilization. At most, it was comparable to a full-powered attack from a melder, so it posed no threat to Lu Yin. However, no one would feel good if they had been caught off guard, and Lu Yin was no different. He dispersed the heat and casually pressed down on the surface of the sea, creating a medium-sized tsunami that swept across the distant island. The tsunami was small and not enough to drown the island, but it was enough to drench everyone on the island. It was a small revenge. Standing high up in the sky, Lu Yin retracted his aura and looked at his gadget. There was finally a connection. His body flashed and he disappeared to find a place to check his messages. This planet was still in the early stages of technological development, and it had only just begun to dabble in aviation research. There were hundreds of countries of various sizes on the planet, and they were similar to Earth in terms of technology. The sea was huge, but with Lu Yin's speed that could tear through the void, he quickly reached the shore and entered a place that looked like a coffee shop. He ordered a drink that the locals considered to be very elegant and took a sip. It tasted pretty good. As expected, during the 5 months he had been in the hidden space, he had received many notifications from the Great Yu Empire, San Dios, Astral 10 students, the 10 Arbiters Council and the Day-Night Clan's Night King Yuanjing. The 10 Arbiters Council had not given him any missions, and they had only praised him for his report on what had happened in the Northline Flow Zone. He had not embarrassed the 10 Arbiters Council, especially when he had fought Northgate Lai alone inside the centipede's body. Many people had seen this, and there were even rumors that he had the strength to challenge the top 100 rankings. Other than that, the Divine Fist Lan Si and the scholar Wen Sansi had also contacted him, but he had not received any messages. In the Great Yu Empire, Hu Qingshan, Gavin, Garop, and many others had contacted him and sent him various reports on the war in the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin casually skimmed through them and frowned. The Frostwave Weave's economy had been locked down. Fortunately, Watermoon Villa had helped to stimulate the economy, or else the war would not have been possible. The economy was not Lu Yin's strong suit, or else he would not have been lacking money. Fortunately, even with the economic lockdown, the Frostwave Weave was still self-sufficient, but it would not be able to start another war. War consumed too many resources and it was too complicated. Some resources were not available in the Frostwave Weave, so they could only be brought in from other weaves. This was the greatest effect of the economic lockdown, As the Frostwave Weave could not rely solely on space-exploring powerhouses. There were not that many space-exploring powerhouses that could be used, and the Frostwave Weave was still rather large. There was nothing going on in San Dios, as Wendy Yushan had already come out of seclusion. Lu Yin's position there was rather awkward, so it did not matter if he went or not. There was also the banquet, which had ended as expected. Lu Yin saw the news on the internet, but there was also another piece of news that left him helpless. The internet was crazily spreading the news that he had died, and there was even a rendering of the path that he had taken in the Tempest Flow Zone and the path that the storm had taken to simulate the scene of him being swallowed up. At first, not many people believed it, but as they could no longer contact him, more and more people believed that he had been swallowed up by the storm. It had been 5 months since anyone had been able to contact him, and many people believed that he had died. The death of a young person was very common in the universe, and it was not something worth paying attention to. However, Lu Yin had too many identities, and this news had caused some waves. So these waves quickly died down. After countless years of development, the universe had given birth to too many geniuses. Some of these geniuses were even born into the limelight, and there were many who were more dazzling than Lu Yin. It was impossible for everyone's attention to be focused on Lu Yin alone. About a year had passed since the Astral Combat Tournament, and it had long since faded from people's conversations. Many people might recognize Lu Yin when they saw him, or they might just feel that he looked familiar, but they were no longer as shocked as they had been when the Astral Combat Tournament had ended. Furthermore, the Astral Combat Tournament had been held in a bit of a hurry. In theory, the entire universe should have been connected to the internet and everyone should have been able to watch it. However, in reality, only a few regions in the Innerverse and Outerverse had been able to watch it. There were many places where the internet was intermittent, so no one had been able to watch it. The students of Astral 10 had contacted Lu Yin for no particular reason other than to show their concern for him. However, Lu Yin had noticed that Xiao Luo had contacted him quite frequently over the past month. Given Xiao Luo's personality, he would not have contacted him so frequently unless there was something urgent. Lu Yin opened Xiao Luo's last message and his expression changed. Something had happened to Big Pao and Little Pao in the Chaos Flow Zone. Big Pao and Little Pao were orphans that Astral 10 had adopted in the Chaos Flow Zone. Their true identities were probably the heirs of a destroyed organization. They had returned to the Chaos Flow Zone to seek revenge, but they had gone missing a month ago and could not be contacted. Xiao Luo suspected that the two had been captured or killed by an organization called Deep Crimson Hull, and they had already rushed to the Chaos Flow Zone. Lu Yin immediately tried to contact Xiao Luo, but he could not reach him. He then contacted Michelle, but she had also gone to the Chaos Flow Zone. Finally, he contacted Old Kai. Old Kai, how are Senior Big Pao and the others? Old Kai looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Not bad, kid. You're not dead. Lu Yin grew anxious. Big Pao, Old Kai, how are the seniors? They're fine for now. Deep Crimson Planet is sealed, so they can't leave. What about Big Pao and Little Pao? Xiao Luo said that he couldn't contact them. Old Kai shook his head. I'm not sure. Lu Yin frowned. Isn't the Academy doing anything? But you're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.